Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Stephen Holliday. I'm the chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting number 23 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the Etobicoke Civic Centre in the Council Chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Yeah, if I can just ask tech support, if they can just cut the audio on the one of these devices here, it'll help.
I can hear it.
If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Etobicoke York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Also note that there are quite a number of speakers today. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at etcc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on April 30th, 2025? Deputy Mayor Morley moves the minutes. All in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Thank you. We can now go through the items. Our first item is EY 23.1, which is 3406 to 3434 Weston Road, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. We have registered speakers, so we'll hold that item. Our second item is EY 23.2, which is 1400 Weston Road and 300 to 330 Sidney, Belsey, Crescent, zoning bylaw amendment decision report. Councillor Nunziata.
I don't think there's anyone here to speak on it, so I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.3, which is 13 to 21 John Street and 40 South Station Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have speakers, so we'll hold that item. EY 23.4, which is 1025, the Queensway zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have speakers on that item, and so that will be held. EY 23.5. Which is 1230 the Queensway zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have speakers on that item, so it will be held. EY 23.6, which is 1122 Islington Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have speakers registered, so that will be held. EY 23.7, 3807 to 3815 and 3819 to 3829 Lakeshore Boulevard West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have speakers on that item, so it will be held. EY 23.8, which is 3807 to 3815 and 3819 to 3829 Lakeshore Boulevard West, a rental housing demolition application decision report. We have a speaker on that item, so it will be held. EY 23.9, which is 105 31st Street zoning bylaw amendment application, adding a holding provision. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be moving staff recommendations on this item.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.10, which is 3471 Lakeshore Boulevard West zoning bylaw amendment application, adding a holding provision. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, here moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Moore moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.11, which is 5507 to 5509 Dundas Street West, Class 4 Noise Area Classification, which is an NPC 300. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a technical requirement from staff, and I'll be moving their recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.12, 6 Locust Street Residential Demolition Application. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, staff have the motion. I'm moving the staff recommendation number 3.
Councillor Nunziata moves recommendation number 3, or option number 3. And Madam Clerk, we've got that? Okay. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.13, which is 14 Atherton Crescent, application to remove a city tree. We have speakers on that item, so it'll be held. EY 23.14, 12 Monkton Avenue, application to remove a city tree. We have speakers on that item, so it will be held. EY 23.15, assumption of services, registered plans 66M to 2503 3035 Weston Road. Damaris Development Incorporated, we have a speaker on that item, so that will be held.
Mr. Chair, I also have a motion to defer that to the October meeting. So I just wanted to let the speaker know that. And if they're okay with that and they no longer want to speak to the item, we can move that now and deal with it.
We have the speaker present for that they're aware.
Yep, sure, let's deal with it.
Okay,
I moved deferral to October.
It's
to
in
the
order,
October.
sir. We can move deferral. All those and you've got the date, Madam Clerk? Perfect. Okay.
No, the October meeting, not July. No. I need to go through. This has been in the works for 15 years, these roads. A few months isn't going to do anything weird. Please.
Okay, so that date's being changed to October 21. Members, you're okay with that on the screen? All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. So that item is deferred. Okay, the next one is EY 23.16, which is Torbarrie Road and Judy Sgro Avenue, pedestrian crossing protection. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I also have a motion on that. It basically alters the recommendations to approve.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza is moving an alternate recommendation.
I believe Nancy has that already.
Just give that a moment to get on the screen. Okay, so that's Councillor Perruzza is moving an amendment there. So on the amendment, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 opposed. That carries. And on the item as amended, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1 opposed. That carries. Okay, next item is EY 23.17, Oakdale Road and Eddystone Avenue traffic control signals.
That I'd like to defer as well, Mr. Chair.
So Councillor Perruzza is moving a deferral. September?
September would be good, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of the deferral? Any opposed? That carries. EY, so that was 17. EY 23.18, which is Elms-Old Rexdale Neighbourhood Streets Plan. Councillor Crescent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be moving staff recommendations and just add that, the staff has done a phenomenal job at this particular item. Very thorough report that came out and very well supported in the community. So I'll move staff recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.19, which is Sunny Lee in the Kingsway neighborhoods, traffic calming, speed humps, and an always stop control. Deputy Mayor Morley. Oh, excuse
Do we
me.
have some speakers?
No, there are no speakers, but I actually have a question on that, so
Great,
I'm
and
going
I
to hold it.
do want to hold it. I'm waiting for one more motion from staff on this item, so happy to hold it down.
So we'll hold it in your name.
Thank
Thank you. EY 23.20, which is Corbett Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps. That would be Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, the staff does have my motion to support the speed humps on Corbett. Staff have
Okay.
my motion.
I recommend you hold it. I guess the motion's not ready.
Oh, you don't have it? Okay, I'll give you a copy. Sorry, I thought
Okay.
you had it.
So we'll hold that down in Councillor Nunziata's name. EY 23.21, which is Poynter Drive and Stapleton Drive, U-turn prohibitions and parking amendments. That's in Ward 2, so I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 23.22, which is 16 to 26 Earlington Avenue and 4161 to 4169 Dundas Street West, construction staging area time extension. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we'll be supporting staff's recommendations on this item to provide an extension.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item is carried. The next item is EY 23.23, which is 3755 Bloor Street West, construction staging area. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleagues will note there was a revised report on this one. We've been working closely with staff and we'll be moving the recommendations and contained within that report.
Okay, I'm actually going to request a recorded vote on this. I have an issue with this item. We don't need to go into a long conversation and question and answer. I'm clear. So, Madam Clerk, could you call a recorded vote?
A recorded vote on Councillor Morley's motion to adopt the item. All those in favor? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Morley, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Perruzza. Any opposed? Councillor Holiday. That motion carries 4-1.
Thank you. Okay, EY 23.24, St. Albans Road parking amendments. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, looking to follow staff recommendations on this one. Thank you.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. EY 23.25, 101 Westmore Drive, designation of fire routes, and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. Councillor Crescent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move staff recommendations.
Councillor Crescent moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Okay, and EY 23.26, so this requires a motion for new business, and I think we have a few items. So Madam Clerk, did we want to add them one by one? Okay, so the first one is EY 23.6, which is Lemonade for Love. That is from a letter from Deputy Mayor Morley. So a motion to add that as new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. That item is now on the agenda. And Deputy Mayor Morley, I'll take your advice with respect to the timing of that, because I believe we have some young people that are eager to speak to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have had the great pleasure of hosting some of our young volunteers from Lemonade for Love in the chamber. Unfortunately, today, some of them were sick and not able to join us. So we would just like to move the letter for receipt today and encourage our colleagues to take a look and look forward to supporting the Lemonade for Love work as it unfolds over the summer months.
I don't know, is there a recommendation before us on this item? So we're going to receive the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. That's a shame. It's a hot day today. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, are we ready to proceed on a few other items? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just a quick point while we have the floor on that item. I know we've just received it, but I do want to just call out the date. So Lemonade for Love does great work over the summer months. A lot of young people taking leadership to raise money for good causes in the community. The next event, championed by the Youth Ambassadors, will be taking place June 21st from 9 to 12 at Fairfield Park. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well. Encourage folks in the community to come on out and participate.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, if we have some items of new business. All right, so the first item to add as new business is a letter from me concerning 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglinton Avenue. So all those in favor of adding that as new business? Any opposed? That carries. And do we have one more? It's a liquor license application, again from me, 4208 Dundas Street West. All those in favor of adding as new business? Any opposed? That carries. And my apologies, I was supposed to do this before the rundown, but I wanted to make a very brief but important announcement. I received notice that a friend of this community council, Mr. Max Dita, who is from our forestry area, will be retiring from the city. And he's not able to be at the city council meeting today, or the community council meeting today, but he may catch the video. And many of you know Max as someone that has come to this community council to help us deal with often difficult matters relating to trees and decisions. And I have always really appreciated Max's professionalism and his advice. And I really do think he's been a friend to this council. Although we didn't always agree with his advice, it was certainly well respected by members here. So I wanted to acknowledge his retirement from the city. I know he has left a great team behind with High here, which we may hear from later on. But it's always worth acknowledging when longtime members of staff that serve this council choose retirement. So I want to wish Max all the best, and I'm sure he'll see this clip, but I'll give him a quick round of applause. Okay, with that, back to the top of the agenda. On to our first item, which is EY 23.1, 3406 to 3434 Weston Road, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application to decision report for approval. We have registered speakers, and forgive me if I get the first name correct, Sidney Liesk from Castlesbrock and Blackwell.
Good morning.
Get that microphone going.
Good morning.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It's Signa Leesk from Castles. With me is also David Milano of Bousfields to assist with answering any questions. We're here on behalf of the owner applicants and pleased to appear before committee today in support of staff's recommendations to approve the applications before you to facilitate the provision of 832 units of much-needed homes within an existing high-density node. I would like to thank staff for their thorough consideration of the application and all the supporting technical reports, which demonstrate that the proposed development is contextually appropriate, will not result in any significant impacts to the surrounding area, conforms to provincial and City of Toronto policies, and represents good planning. The proposal is adjacent to the future Finch West LRT and within the council-adopted protected major transit station area. This is important. This is the location where the province, and through its adoption of the PMTSA, the city has directed growth. We are in a housing crisis. Not only will this development provide 832 units of housing in the precise location directed by the city, it will provide over 50% 2- and 3-bedroom units in conformity with the city's growing up guidelines. I want to talk to community engagement. For over a year, there has been concerted outreach to stakeholders, the BIA, existing commercial tenants, and the Humber Summit Residents Association, as well as the local councillor's office, although unfortunately the latter without response. Community services. While Bousfields prepared a community services and facility study confirming there are adequate existing and planned community services in the area to support the population growth, the owner appreciates that the prior approval of these lands did include a Section 37 contribution towards further community improvements. And while our client's disappointed that it did not have the opportunity to meet with the councillor to discuss this application, on behalf of the owners, I confirm they would be happy to provide further community improvements in the local community at the direction of the councillor in lieu of its community benefit charge. I want to talk about parking. With every application for increased height and density, inevitably someone mentions parking. This proposal will provide 420 parking spaces, including 3 rideshare and 42 visitor parking spaces, which is shared with the non-residential use on the ground floor. This is more parking than required by city bylaw, more parking than required by the Planning Act, which is now removing parking requirements in major transit station areas, and it's parking levels supported by technical report and the city's transportation review staff. So on behalf of the owner and applicant, I request that this committee adopt the well-reasoned recommendations of staff, and Mr. Milano and myself are here to answer any questions this committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Councillor Perruzza, please.
Does Mr. Mihevik work for you folks? Is he one of your consultants?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that I met with Mr. Mihevik earlier in the week? We had an extended meeting. We chatted for, I would think, well over an hour. I also had another conversation with him on the phone just several days ago, frank and friendly like. And, you know, are you aware that I attended the meeting, the community consultation? I met with your applicant owners / consultants, presenters there. We had a friend and friendly conversation. We chatted for hours. Are you aware of all of that?
I'm advised, I'm aware of your attendance at the public open house community meeting, and I'm aware that over the past time through the planner's office and through your office, the owner did try to meet with you and was unsuccessful. I have been told that recently, just this week, Mr. Mihevik did meet with you.
So that doesn't count from your perspective? Like that's not, that's saying that I've like shut my door to you? Is that what you're, because you came to the microphone and that's what you implied this morning, right?
The owners would have liked the opportunity to speak with you in advance.
But I
Yes.
just thought I'd point that out to you, that you might want to,
Anthony.
you know, sort of check that as well, okay? Appreciate it. Thank you. Sure.
Other questions of the speaker? Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us today. I'm wondering what type of housing this is. Is it purely condo? Is there a mix? Is there any affordable units within the application?
My understanding is it's entirely ownership units. If asking Mr. Milano to confirm.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Crescent.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And just to elaborate further on a couple of things that you spoke to. So you indicated there's a total of 832 units and 50% will be 2 to 3 bedroom. So these would be family units, right? Okay. And how can you get all the, and I'm trying to find here in the report, all the details on the parking? Because what I read, I believe earlier, that visitor parking, there are only going to be 10 spaces for visitor parking. Can you clarify that?
Yes, through the chair, there will be 42 visitor parkings that's shared with the non-residential
42 for the
visitor.
visitor parking specifically to be used for the 832 units living in these 2 buildings.
Yes.
And then there's about 1,200 square feet of commercial as well. Okay. Is there specific parking for people visiting the commercial part of this? You know, customers and so on pulling up to purchase or whatever service is being offered there.
Again, through the chair, it will be shared with the visitor parking, which is common and mixed-use developments that the non-resident visitor is shared. So the 42 is for both.
Okay. You were speaking to community benefits or what are the community benefits that are being proposed or has that been sorted out or discussed even with the local councillor in terms of what the opportunities are on the community benefit side?
So the owner and applicant is desiring to convert their CBC to local improvement and was hoping to have that conversation with the local councillor to determine what would be of the greatest need or wish of this ward.
Okay, and speak to the local councillor.
As I said, the owner had been trying. I do recognize that right before today, Mr. Mihevik did meet. The owners didn't have the opportunity to have that discussion.
Okay, and I think that's it for now, Mr. Chair. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor. I have a couple of questions. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Perruzza, Vice Chair. May I proceed? Got the nod.
Please, take your time.
Thank you. I wondered if you could go over the history of the site. I had thought I read in here that there was a previous approval. So what was approved on the site?
12 stories development. That was, I believe it was 2017. It's in the staff report.
Okay, close enough. So there was a mid-rise building, and what then prompted an application to go to something that's very different than that, right? Is it 35 and 39 stories? Do I have that right?
I would say many things. So acquisition by the owners and a very different policy environment and market. We're in a completely different policy framework. We're in a new provincial policy. We have new provincial policy or planning statements. We have new City of Toronto policies identifying this as a major transit station area. This is where growth is to be directed. And this is one of the highest nodes. The height and density proposed here is consistent with what is now approved and applied for in this area.
How did you arrive at the height of 39 and 35? Once you've changed from a building form of mid-rise to tall building, then there's a different set of decisions, as I understand. So how did those numbers come to be?
I'll ask Mr. Milano if he can speak to it more, but I understand there has been discussions with staff, obviously technical studies that determine there's no shadow impact, no wind impacts, and then discussion between the applicant's planner and city staff. And I'll invite Mr. Milano to elaborate.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Holliday and members of Community Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. As Ms. Lesk mentioned, my name is David Milano. I'm a registered professional planner, an associate, but with Bousfields, and we've been working with the owner on the planning and community engagement elements of this application. And I'd just like to elaborate a little bit further on what was just said. So regarding the height specifically. And so it's exactly correct that there was a 12-story building approved in 2015 for the site through a site-specific bylaw and site-specific official plan amendment. Since that time, obviously, the owners have acquired the site. And as Ms. Lesk noted, the planning policy context has changed significantly since that point. Of course, the site is within an MTSA. It's designated mixed-use areas, and it's also on an avenue. And some of the city's recent changes to the official plan note that this is an area for intensification and for greater scales of density and height. And so how we arrived at the proposed 35 and 39 story height of the building was based on a number of different elements. The proposed height, as it is in the proposal today, is consistent with the existing and approved building heights in the area. So in the Finch and Weston node, there's existing 30-story buildings as well as approved buildings up to 38 stories in height. as well as proposed buildings up to 48 stories. And so this intersection is really already has been a high density node and is evolving around the addition of the transit station in this area. And then the other thing that we looked at, as was mentioned, was the impacts, and that is the shadow impacts and the wind impacts. And so we did our analyses on what the impacts would be, and found that the height that's proposed at 35 and 39 did not have any significant impacts on surrounding parks, on surrounding low density areas or properties.
Okay, so there was a recent change to the avenues policy, and you noted that this is on an avenue. And that change, and I'm going to paraphrase, said something along the effects of the mid-rise is contemplated on avenues, but for those locations that are near public transit where something else may be considered. How much did that factor into your decision to bring a 35 and 39-story building forward?
That was more recent. Through the chair, that was more recent. So the proposal was submitted back in 2024. And so we looked at, obviously, the designation of the site, the transit context, and the impacts to determine that. It is more recently that the city has updated the policy direction on mixed use areas on avenues.
Okay, I got time for one more quick one. Your parking is limited to a certain number. What happens when more people arrive and look to park? Mother's Day, Father's Day coming up, the holidays. What's the plan for overflow parking?
So through the chair, so the proposal includes, as noted, so 420 parking spaces, including 42 visitor and resident parking spaces. This is above, as was noted, this is above what is required through the city's zoning and through the Planning Act, which has removed all minimums for parking within a major transit station area. Part of the application, we prepared a transportation impact study, which included a detailed analysis of the proposed parking rate, the number of trips, the number of people coming and going from the site, and that was reviewed by city staff and supported as part of this application. So in agreement sort of with the staff report and through our application, we think the proposed parking rate is appropriate.
Thank you. I think that exhausted all the questions. Thank you.
I know, I just have a couple of follow-up.
So I'm going to get the consent of the committee because we're changing process a little bit. Anyone, so in favor of allowing second round? Any opposed? Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't know, I don't remember your name, but you made a comment about how I've refused to engage on, that they want to tell us how to spend the CBC. I just want to just clear up a point around that. So the community benefits charge now, the 4% value at permit time established by our city department, is a fee that the developer has to pay, irrespective of negotiations, conversations, or anything else, and no matter how many coffees we have together, correct?
Absolutely.
Correct.
It's a fee that has to be
It's a charge.
charged,
Perfect.
but can be discussed to
Beautiful.
have contribution
So-
in lieu with the local council.
So, okay, let's clean up that language as well, okay? Like, I like simple, right? So the question is that the CBC charge, the 4% of land value at the time of construction, building permit, established by our building division, perhaps contested by the owners, but finally arrived at by us, paid by them, spent by us, right? What do I need to talk to them about? To tell me where to spend it, rather on trees as opposed to parks? That's a determination we make amongst ourselves in terms of how we, just to clarify, because you created the impression that somehow they wanted, they're giving us monies, or they want to give us some monies for something that we otherwise wouldn't get. I just need you to clarify that for me, please.
I would be happy to, through the chair. It is a 4% charge is the standard, but as this committee and council regularly knows, it is often exchanged for other benefits. So rather than being a charge applied to the city at large, it can be, generally with discussions with the local councillor, converted into something within the ward. Most usually affordable housing is regularly now what we're seeing applicants and local councillors choose to convert the 4% to. And my indication is that the applicants would be happy to discuss converting that to something local to ensure that money is actually spent in the local ward.
So converting it to something else, that's really what we're talking about. We're not talking about an additional benefit of any kind, right? Okay, good. And the last thing, somehow we're creating the impression here that in 2015 the LRT didn't exist. The LRT on Finch Avenue did exist in 2015. It was actively under construction, and it was there. So it's not new. So creating the impression that the LRT is now somehow new to the area is not true, right?
Through the chair, it is the policy environment that results from the abundant transit that is new. Provincial policy has changed, as has city policy directing growth to this area.
Okay, so it's not the LRT, but provincial policy has come along since the last project was approved. That's really the change we're talking about, not the LRT per se, because the LRT was actively under construction. It's provincial policy related to LRTs and so on, right? Okay.
Yes, again, through the chair and city, I would just add, and city policy identifying this as a major transit station area.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Yep, I'm good.
Councillor Crescent has additional questions. Go ahead, sir.
And thank you. I apologize. I missed this earlier, but that's good. That'll give me more time now. The other question was on the community consultation side. From what I understand, looking at page 6 of the report, I only see one, that is community, an in-person community consultation. Were there any others that maybe, were not listed in the report?
Yeah, I can speak to that through the chair. Thank you very much for the question. So that was the community consultation meeting that happens, of course, a city-led community consultation meeting that we attended in person that you're referring to. In addition to that, on behalf of the owner, we had launched a project email as well for outreach to the community to reach out directly on the application. There was a letter sent to commercial tenants as well of the site. There was also an in-person meeting with the BIA. So there were different outreach points.
You met with Emery Village?
Correct. Yeah, the owner met with the Emery Village BIA.
Where was the in-person meeting held? If I may ask, was it in close vicinity for people to easily access, seniors, everyone?
Through the chair, you'll have to excuse me, I don't have the exact location, but I do know it was in person on July 11th.
You don't have the location, okay. So out of all the consultation you did, there were 5 points of concern that were raised. That's all I see here, correct?
Through the chair, sorry, are you referring to those summarized in the report?
Yes.
Yes, okay, yeah.
There's 5, okay. 2 of which are the capacity and accessibility of the future Finch West LRT. I guess I can only read into that the concern that people had was, is this Finch West LRT going to accommodate the transit needs of the people living in this new community? And well, regardless, will this Finch West LRT even accommodate the needs of anybody in that area? Likely that's the concern, and the amount of proposed vehicle parking, which we discussed earlier. I asked that question. And I still think that's a major concern, because what inherently happens, and I think Councillor Holliday alluded to it earlier, when you have communities living and you've got an additional 832 units,
Mr. Chair.
50% of 2 to 3 bedroom, what inherently will happen when visitors
very
show up and
Well, there's some interesting, I need to clear something.
excuse me, Councillor, can I ask a question? Okay. So people are going to find alternate places to park. There'll be parking problems all over the place. I have it in my own community when there's not enough parking. So would you consider reviewing that with the local councillor at some point and see if you could improve the ability to allow enough parking? I know that people are, and I know it's not a requirement, but there's a requirement, then there's a reality. And the reality is the Finch West LRT, in my opinion, I know my community quite well, is an LRT that if you're going westbound, doesn't go anywhere, just ends up at Humber College. If you're going eastbound, it'll take you to a subway. So will there be any consideration given possibly to improve that?
Through the chair, I'm going to.
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, no, I love it. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Going back, I understand, I just wanted to add that the meeting was held in the local community center. I don't have the address. Going to the parking, I'll say two things. That's why the city requires expert reports to consider these concerns, because they are valid, and that's why the city requires expert technical reports, and that is reviewed thoroughly by city staff, and city staff have agreed with its conclusions. Regardless, my client has given me the nod to say, in answer to your question, yes, they would be happy to discuss the parking further with the local councillor.
Well, that's good news because, you know, my feeling about experts are they're experts, but, you know, they don't live there. And, you know, what's an expert? Wasn't that the question? No, okay, that's a comment. Thank you very much, Chair. No more questions.
Thank you. Members, we have I'll just check, are there any other questions? I think we've gone through them. We've had a request for a third round of questions. I'm going to put that to a vote because it's unusual.
Yeah, I just have a very quick
So
question.
all those in favor of allowing a third round? Okay. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah. So with the parking, the 42 spots, so the ratio, the parking, my colleagues are rightfully concerned, and I'm concerned as well, and so is everyone else. And it's the ratio is 0.45 for the residential, so less than half a parking spot per apartment, correct? That's really the parking that's being provided, right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
the residential.
And the 42, the 42 spots that are hived from that there's 1,100 square meters, there's 12,000 square feet of commercial that is going to go in here. So the 42 spots will be shared by the commercial retail businesses, the tenants, because the tenants can also purchase these spots, and includes the visitors as well, right? So it says so in the report. The report says that commercial, residents, and visitors for the remaining 42 spots. So the point being, yeah. Anyway, you're right. It doesn't need an answer. Sorry. That's fine. Let's move on. Sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. You don't need to answer that. I'll check. Are there any other questions in the third round? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have one other speaker. That's Remy Davout. Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. Online. Hello, Remy. So there's a staff are letting me know there's just a technical issue here. Hello, Remy.
Hello, hi.
Hi, it's Stephen Holliday, Chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. Welcome to the Community Council. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted you guys to get a point of view from somebody that lives in the area. I know you guys were speaking about the parking issue with speakers before me, and that's one of the major issues, because if you're going to have close to 900 units and only about 400-ish parking spots, so not every home owner will get a parking spot. So what would they do with their cars? And only 42 visitors. So pretty much nobody can really have any guests over, because there will be nowhere to park. And then that's going to lead to people parking in the plazas in front of the building and in the other buildings, because there are other high rises around there. So it's going to lead to way more congestion. I know you're speaking as well about the LRT, but that just goes only east and west. And I don't know where the road they're gonna build, like to enter and exit the building. But with the LRT, if you're on Finch, you can only go right because of the LRT, so you can't make a left. So I don't know if the road's gonna come from that way or if it's gonna come from Weston, but it can't come from Weston because there's already 2 other buildings there. So the proposal of this building, these high rises, doesn't really make sense because there's already 3 major high rises, and then behind that there's a park. So I don't know if you're gonna get rid of the park now, because that park, like, it's pretty busy. So it's gonna lead to a lot of congestion and like scenarios too with like ambulance, police, and deliveries. Is gonna just lead to even more, like, it's gonna be a headache and congestion with that too as well. So I know housing, like, is an issue and you want to build housing over here, but I don't think it's appropriate to just build buildings right beside other buildings and just stack towers all over the place right beside each other just for the sake of saying, hey, we build housing. I recommend any counselor there to take a drive out there to that area. You can already see it's heavily congested already. And then if you want to add 900 units, that's maybe almost about 2,000 more people, and without no parking. So it's just going to be a nightmare, in my opinion. So I got any questions if anybody would like to ask, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Crescent. Go ahead, Councillor.
Remy, thank you. So you live in the area. How close are you to Finch, Weston, to this development?
I'm right there, that building right at Finch or Weston.
Did you attend the public consultation, the in-person?
No, I did not, just because of work. So I attended the last meeting a couple months ago, same situation, like over the phone.
Okay. So so your concern about parking, what's the current parking situation? I agree with you, by the way. It's a very congested intersection. I was driving by there Saturday evening, or more precisely Sunday morning at 1:30 in the morning. And at that time in the morning, it's extremely congested. So I can imagine any other time of day. So on the parking side, how is that detrimental currently to you, and what do you foresee could happen here?
Well, it's massive, because the building I live in right now, we have underground parking, and it's a 25-story building with 10 floors. So I know it's like 10 apartments on each floor. So I know it's less, but everybody has a parking spot because it's underground parking. And then outside, with both buildings there's I would say close to like 30, 40 visitor spots. So there's no problem there, but like I own 2 cars, me and my wife. So parking, like, it's already tight. So I can only imagine what's going to happen there with 400 parking spots for almost 900 units. So like, how are they going to decide who gets a parking spot?
Yes, could be challenging. All right. Thank you, Remy.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us, Remy. I'll check, are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Councillor Prudsa. Yeah, who did you want to ask questions of?
Really, I just want to sort of go through a bit of the history here, the planner, I guess, the person who probably signed the report. I don't know if it's going to be Olgi or someone else. I don't know, but Lisa, I don't know if Lisa's around. Oh, so this area, this site is a 0.75 hectare site, about 1.5 acre, within a secondary plan area called Emery Village, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what the acreage is for the entire secondary plan area?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, and we would be able to get that, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
because it's a very defined area. So this is a very small part of a much, much larger area, right?
That's
Okay,
correct.
there's a secondary plan. So just remind us, when I was first introduced to secondary plans in 1989, right? This is what I was told. I was a 20-something, very young guy, knew nothing about planning, right? And we did the secondary plan for York University. It was one of the first secondary plans ever. It was done quite different than how they're done today. But I got a real good schooling on it. Why? Because, it was 5 of us. It was the York University planner, the York University lawyer, Jane Pepino at that time, the city planner, city lawyer. We would meet every week or every couple of weeks, and we basically wrote, secondary plans, why they're important, right? And their history, right? So, and we would meet and write out every paragraph, every word. And I got to tell you, listening to Jane Pepino talk about where to place a comma and key words in a secondary plan, really what it impressed on me at that time was, this is really, really important. A secondary plan is a big deal because it's the thing that will shape an entire neighborhood, an entire community. Would you agree that that's why we do secondary plans?
Yes, Mr. Council, I do.
Correct. And the placement of commas and periods and the meaning of word character and consistent with and become very, very important where you use them in that plan.
That's correct.
You'd agree with that, right? Perfect. So, and secondary plans usually take years to work out at a great deal of money, at great expense. You'd agree with that, right? That you don't do them overnight.
Correct.
Okay, lots of people put into that into that process. And just remind us all as a planner, why do we do secondary plans?
We do, through you, Mr. Chair, we do a secondary plan to provide details and to provide a vision for how the community wishes.
Perfect, a vision. And so let me try to use a simpler word. Word that was used back then and it's always stuck with me, so that we don't get piecemeal development in big areas without a consistent vision on how to then service all of the new people that will come to live, work, and play in a specific area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So this area has a secondary plan.
Yes, it does have the Emery
So,
Village.
so in 2015, a project went through this neighborhood, and there are, I don't know, 5 or 6 pages in that report signed by then senior planner, I think it was Byrne at the time, and Neil Cresswell, signed by the both of them. But there are 5, 6 pages of reference to the Emery Village secondary plan in the assessment of that 12-story building that was ultimately approved on that site, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you're aware of that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the old
Okay.
report.
So, but let me quote a couple of things in that report, okay? In that report, it says that the maximum density in the Emery Village secondary plan is 2.5 times coverage. Maximum height is between 11 and 12 stories in this particular area. Okay, just agree with me that that's what that report says, because that's what it says, okay? Perfect. And I'm going to have to go for a second round on this one because I really need to bring some of these details to the attention of the committee because they're really, really important to me in my neighborhood, okay? So the question is that report spoke to that, relied on that, and gave a density of slightly over 3 times. Why? Because there was a Section 37 agreement, where the developers had said that they were going to contribute about $400,000 to the city and $42,000 to a signalized intersection. All right.
Okay, hang on, Councillor Perruzza. Let the staff answer the question.
Yep.
And then we'll do a vote on a second round.
Sure.
Thank you for the question through the chair. This is Oren Tamir, Director of Community Planning. So that report would have outlined the reasons why that draft bylaw would have been recommended through the policy context at that time.
Correct. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. That's what I want to know at that time. We're not
time, correct.
asking, Mr. Ohi to say or do anything
Morley.
different than that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate hearing from my colleague about the history here. And we know the importance of secondary plans in terms of visionary documents. But something that I'm very aware of since taking office and being in this role is the changing context. And I appreciate Oren flagging that. I wonder if you could help describe for us what the realities are of the current planning context and current planning direction that we are navigating as a city. As we constantly are reminded, we're a creature of the province, and the province largely sets the direction within which we align. So if you could talk to us a little bit about why staff are approving or have provided a recommendation to approve here and how it is in fact aligned with the current context in the planning environment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the current context dictates that the province has mandated that the policy environment has changed since the Emery Village secondary plan, in the sense that we now have a major transit area here, and there's a number of currently approved council decisions that approved a much higher density for this area. We're in the era where there's demand for housing, and the density for this area has also been has grown substantially, with a substantial investment in our public facilities such as the LRT. There has been changes in our policy that encourages such a growth in this major transit area.
Thank you for that. I think it's important because I have one coming up soon in a similar, with a similar context that I think is important for us to keep in mind. But in that, with that in mind, if we were to, for example, vote against an application like this that is supported by planning and policies, what is the risk associated with us taking that action?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the risk is we risk going to the OLT, and through our analysis and in the policy environment, the city risk losing us this type of proposal at the OLT. And there is a case that recently went to the OLT, 15 Toyok, was recently approved at the OLT within this area.
In the instances where in the instance where an application goes to the OLT, can you share whether or not applicants have the opportunity to increase what they're asking for through the OLT process?
Through the chair, there are different circumstances when an appeal is brought forward to the OLT where an applicant can change a proposal. I will say, as I'm getting eyes from the city lawyer, just be careful here that typically if there's an appeal of a non-decision, therefore an applicant can change a proposal. If there's an appeal of a decision, there's weight given to that.
Thank you. I do think it's just helpful and important in my very short, of course, in comparison to my colleagues' great experience around these tables. These are some of the realities that we are aware and navigating and do have weight in terms of the decisions and paths that we take forward. So I'll leave that at that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. From other members of Community Council, Councillor Crescent?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ohi, how are you today? Good to see you. Good.
Thank you.
So just to follow up on the, I understand and I respect the fact that you and your team follow the council approved policy and you've done that. The public consultation, which I'm very keenly interested in, was, were you, not you personally maybe, but city staff involved in the public consultation as well?
Yes, Mr. Council. Yeah, the public community consultation meeting was attended by the then planner, Laura Lee, and I was present as well.
Okay. And from what I understand, that the consultation was actually held at the Gordon Irene Rest Community Center. I was asking you that question.
That's correct.
It was held there. Now, now, I'm not really familiar with the geographical area there, but I got a pretty good idea. That's quite a ways away. It's maybe 4 to 5 kilometers away from there, correct?
I'm not quite sure how far away it is, but I drove it and it didn't take me long to get there.
Well, but you drove it from here.
Well, I drove it from here and I did drive around the neighborhood to study the site.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that, you know, when we hold public consultations, we're in the closest possible vicinity to where the development is going to take place.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, we do our best to secure a location that is in proximity, and we do work with the local councillor to ensure that the location we arrive at is suitable.
Okay, and at the time, that was the closest.
That was the closest we could get.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been, I'll check. Are there any other questions? There's been a request from Councillor Perruzza for a second round. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Councillor Perruzza.
So now that we have determined the importance of secondary plans, and important to note that this does have a secondary plan. So a building was approved for 270 units. Now the new proposal goes from 270 to 832, correct? The site was zoned for 270 units.
Right. Correct.
12-story building. Now the new is 35 and 39-story building on a 7-story podium, connected by a 7-story podium for a total of 832 units, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the site goes from 3.46 FSI, just a little beyond the 2.5 that's allowed in the secondary plan, to 9.69 FSI. It's 3 times the density and no section 37, nothing beyond CBCs. Correct? Okay. And obviously, all kinds of other parking changes. Now, the question is this. I asked you earlier about if you knew the area of the secondary plan area, the Emery Village secondary plan. And you have a provincial policy statement that basically says that you locate so many people within a with one of these areas that I forget the term that's called. Okay. If you take the 9.6 density on this site, just slightly, an acre and a half of land, and then you juxtapose that across the entire Emery Village secondary plan, all of the lands that have not been developed or redeveloped yet, right? You take that density across all those lands, how many more people are going to be coming into this neighborhood, more or less?
For you, Mr. Chair, I may have to answer that question indirectly. It is very unlikely that you will have this type of development spread all over the.
So, but because you set the standard here of 9.69 FSI, if other developments come along at 9 or 10 or better, how many more people? What's the density we're talking about here, and how does that relate to your provincial growth plan? How many people live in this neighborhood, in this area, in the Emery Village secondary plan currently? We have lots of development there currently, right? How many people live there?
I don't know how many people live there.
Okay, so you don't know how many people live there. You don't know how many people could live there, given the densities that you're saying should be approved today. And so if you don't know the numbers, how can you test them against the provincial policy statement on their per hectare number allocation for the area?
Through the chair, Counselor, there's no maximum number for you to be measuring against. These are minimums, and since the previous approval, the province has come in with minimum targets. This is exceeding the minimum target. There's no maximum. And by by recommending approval of this application, this is helping to meet the targets and fulfilling the policy direction of
What's
the city and province.
what's the minimum people number in the provincial policy statement per hectare?
The targets for this area is 160 people,
Sorry,
160 people per.
160. And
However, there is also a minimum density target within the PMTSAs, the protected major transit station area as well.
I understand. I don't want to get into I got it in terms of your how you do your planning assessment, but I just wanted, I guess the question that I ask is this. Given the entire area, so would I be able to get this information at council if I provided you a note to that effect? Because it's really, really important, right? We, as a neighborhood, need to know the implications of this across the entire, all of the lands within the Emery Village secondary plan. Because getting back to the secondary, why we do secondary plans is, if you want to do a complete community, it needs to speak to a number of things, right?
Through the chair, certainly we can give you that information, but the measure here is not to see a projected population growth across the entire secondary plan. The purpose of this recommendation is to give you assessment of development at this site.
Correct.
An assessment has not been done, nor is it required to do that extrapolation across the entirety of the secondary plan.
Well, no, we generally do that as a not. So hold on a sec, because that's not entirely accurate. So when we do secondary plans, one of the reasons why we create numbers in secondary plans around density and height and distribution is to do that specific assessment in determining ultimately how many people are going to work, are going to live, work, and play in a specific neighborhood.
So through the chair, when doing a secondary plan, that sort of assessment is done. However, since that secondary plan, there'll be new layers of policy, which have their own targets, new provincial planning statement, and through the review of a site-specific application, the assessment is done for the site itself.
Okay, members wishing to speak? Morley?
Go first. Yeah, I'm happy to have.
Sure, happy to do that. So I have a motion to refuse. I know we've been writing another motion asking for some of that information to come to council, sort of a secondary report if this moves to council, so that we get some of that additional information and some of the additional assessment as it relates to the entire quadrant of the Emery Village secondary plan. Okay, so those are the motions that I put before the council, and I put them before the council.
Sorry, Councillor Perutz, I just want to make sure, do we have the wording of your motion?
I believe Nancy has both. Sorry, I thought you know what? She's probably just sending it to you as we speak. Okay, because I have a written version here. And you should have gotten both of those. I was assured by my staff that they had sent it to you. So,
I've paused your time.
Yeah.
We've got to make sure that we've got something.
all right.
Okay. Well, the clerk will process it. If we got a problem, we'll let you know. Why don't you carry on?
Okay. So those are the motions. Why do I make those motions? I make those motions for this reason. If this was about housing, we would now have an applicant here with a building permit to build 270 units of housing. That's approved. If this were about building housing, there's a counter upstairs. It's called the building department. They could come in with plans to build a 12-story, 270 unit building with some commercial and with a parking ratio of slightly over 1 for each unit, and some visitor parking and some commercial parking spaces. Good plan. Great plan. Fits within the secondary plan that was done for this area at great expense by the public. A secondary plan drafted by city planners in consultation with everybody else, right? That exists, still exists, and it should be used as a reference, although this report makes very little mention of that. It is true that the province has come along and added layers of policy around intensification. I don't disagree with that. This is a node. It's got an LRT, east-west. If you want to get to Costco up on Highway 7 and Weston Road, LRT ain't going to help you, right? But it's there, and I get that. And there's a reliance, on that, but not at this density level. Why? Because the secondary plan covers a lot of lands, and he mentioned Toryork. Toryork was approved at 6 times, a little over 6 times, but Toryork came through the back door years ago in 2002 through a committee of adjustment process, was given that density. Didn't give you the history on it. Because if you did look at the history of that, your back would cringe and your skin would stand on edge in terms of how those industrial lands were converted to high-density residential through a through a process that none of us would condone today, and certainly not the planners that we have here today. So forget Toryork. Set Toryork aside for a second, okay? So I've asked for some information that, quite frankly, is very, very relevant. Here's the relevance. The relevance is it's a big, big geographic area. There's a lot of development that has taken place there already. The last building that came through here, which I supported, within the Emery Village Secondary Plan, a medallion building just off the park in the back here, came in at just slightly over 3 times density. I think just a little under 4. You know what? Made sense, given the new provincial policy statements, given the LRT. You approved it a few months ago. Given all of that, right? So, and that's reasonable, because when you overlay that throughout the entire Emery Village Secondary Plan area, all the other acreage, the plaza at the corner, all of the empty lands that can still be filled in, you're going to have tens of thousands of new people come to work, to come to live, work, and play in this area. But this one here, at this density level, is just simply too much. Thank you for that. It's just simply too much. At 10 times density, if you take 10 times and use that as the guide across all of the other lands, I understand that the planners say, well, it's unlikely that we'll get that. We'll get all the other folks, I got it, to come in at that. But if they do come in at that, right, where is the servicing plan to sustain that kind of population on a corner that's mostly ensconced by industrial lands?
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Members, we're going to stand the item down. The clerk needs a moment to deal with the wording of Councillor Perruzza's motion. We want to get it right. So we're going to come back to this. We're going to, Councillor Morley, you have a suggestion to the committee regarding the order on an item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate that. And I apologize, I meant to do this off the top and try to get this as a timed item. But on EY 23.4, 1025 the Queensway, we do have some speakers, including one who's got a time constraint. I'm hoping we can deal with that item next to allow for that speaker to depute for us today on that item.
Okay, so EY 23.1, we're going to stand it down to fix this. We're going to, members, we're going to reorder to go right to 23.
Well, my item is next, and I have a number of deputants that are here.
Okay, so we'll put it to a vote.
So,
What
I
else can I
mean,
say?
like,
So can I have the consent of the committee or on Councillor Morley's motion to reorder 23.4, there's 3 speakers. All in favor to put that one next?
Well, there's more than 3 speakers.
She's got the motions. If we're like,
So we've got to go to the next item. They're not ready. So I got to put it to a vote. Okay, so reordering any EY 23.4 to right now 1025 the Queensway zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for approval. Deal with that right now, members. Then we got to get back to 23.1, get that finished off, and go into 23.3. We got a lot of speakers today. Okay, first speaker, Robert Botello. Robert's online. Go ahead, Robert. Please, you're welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. We are dealing with item 1025, the Queensway zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. Hopefully you can hear us clear. You've got 5 minutes. Please proceed.
I can hear you, and can you hear me?
Very well. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rob Botello. I am a resident of the local area in question. And I'd like to start by acknowledging that...
Hang on, Robert, if you just can. Your sound became quiet. It's like you moved away from the microphone. Can you just talk a bit louder?
Okay, sure. What
That's
about
better.
now?
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. I'd like to start by acknowledging that the city itself is limited in what they can require from private land developers, and based on the current rule set by the province and the city itself. So I'd like to acknowledge that. And so for this reason, I actually want to start with 2 points. Point 1 is basically begging the councillors to stubbornly push for a process to involve the city, the province, community, and developers to really revisit the rules of mixed-use development, to take into account categories of commercial space, to include things that such as entertainment, and to ensure that large entertainment venues continue to exist in our city, which is the issue at question here, the demolition of the Cineplex movie theater to make space for condos. Yes, we need homes, but the city will increasingly grow boring and fill its residents from kids to seniors if we limit our imagination to condos and small venues like restaurants. So this is my first statement. I would like to really ask the councillors, and we have heard concerns in the previous motion about this. Failing this, I think one option is to refuse some of these proposals and send it out to the Ontario Land Tribunal and just bog down the process of protest, and not move away from saying, okay, the OLT is going to side with the developer. I really, it's not what we want to see, but maybe that's the option we have to go. And the second statement is really a statement to the only people that can do something about this at this stage, and that's the landowners and developers. And so I'd like to make a statement, which is to ask, please, to ask the developers to consider redesigning the current plan to save the movie theater in either in its form or in a revised role. I'm here because my wife and I started a petition in change.org. It gathered 13,000 signatures for a local issue. This is really impressive, I think. But it speaks to the value of this location to the community and why so many people are passionate about saving the movie theater. It is a place where kids go, families go, and just anyone who wants to just take a little bit a break from life, you can go. So it's really important that we protect this. The developer has in mind a large park. That's very nice, but I would like to remind that we are not far from multiple nice parks, including the waterfront. And a reminder that we live in Canada. Invariably, these parks are used in the summer and not so much in the winter. Whereas a movie theater like the Cineplex is used year-round and is a place where people go no matter what's going on in the world. So that is my statement. It is basically asking the developer and to reconsider the current plans, really, if we can't do anything about this, to ask the councillors to really the best statement that I can make is to be stubbornly fight this process that's ongoing, where we're not considering the larger community at play and venues like entertainment values. So that's my statement. Thank you for making time and for reorganizing the order. I'll stop here. If you have any questions, be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Councillor Morley has a question for you.
Thanks so much for joining us, Robert, and rearranging your schedule to ensure you could be here and share your voice on this item. I know we first engaged because of a petition you and your wife started on this, and I just wondered if you could share how many people that you all engaged with and heard from as part of that petition from our community who are interested in the similar idea of ensuring there's some entertainment space and certainly fighting for the Cineplex that we all love.
Absolutely. Like I said, there are about 13,000 signatures in this petition online. I've been engaged by CBC. We actually got recently, while I was in the conference, a request from the Star to speak about this. Multiple small venues have, media venues have asked, and certainly many members of the community actually did not know, and they're always surprised to hear this. And what this would represent, a major significant loss to the community. There's nothing else nearby like the Cineplex. And we'd have to go to Mississauga or downtown at this stage to go see a movie. So this is, many people are engaged in this and very worried about the current plan. And it's not that we don't want, I'm not saying that, let's not have some development. It is that we're not trying to save this important venue for the community in addition to the development.
Thanks so much, Robert. I appreciate that. Thanks again for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, our next speaker is Kathy Rexa. Welcome, Kathy, to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You've got 5 minutes. Please begin.
Can you hear me?
Try that again.
Can you hear me?
Very well.
I'm actually speaking on behalf of Ann Botello, who's a member of the Etobicoke community, and I'm a member as well. I'm writing the deputation to all today to impress upon you the deep importance of preserving our Cineplex Cinemas Queensway location. Key benefits to preserving and maintaining this location include helping community members greatly by increasing socialization and decreasing loneliness, as well as having accessible social hubs for all to go to. Having a place to relax and gather that is cost-effective and affordable enhances everyone's day-to-day life, enriching it with the importance of socialization, creating plans with others, and having that place we can all go to. Our favorite movie theater just down the street is very uplifting and positive. To have these positive enhancements is in our very own community benefits everyone, which is extremely valuable to the overall well-being and mental health of all. Cineplex Queensway is more than just a theater to all of us. It is a strong thread that holds our community together. This theater strengthens our community bond by providing us all with a safe space to visit our children, reconnect with grandparents, get away with our best friends, experience joy on first dates, let teenagers be teens on their own, create new parent community at Stars and Strollers, Mommy and Me infant movie program for new moms, and supporting those with disabilities and giving seniors a safe place to spend an afternoon with their elderly friends. Another strong note to make mention of is the great importance of keeping our Etobicoke community livable, workable, and able to navigate efficiently. Etobicoke is a small sector of Toronto. We do not have the infrastructure to even consider adding this level of increase in population that this proposal would cause. Currently, there are not enough desks for students in our community schools. In addition, we do not have enough doctors for the people that already reside here. Our small part of Toronto will not be able to absorb the level of population this bill would bring to our neighborhoods. Our streets would not be able to hold the amount of cars nor buses hold the amount of riders. The proposed build would contain 10 massive condo towers, would hold 4,222 units. Within those units would be singles, couples, families, families with multiple children. All of those people would need doctors, which we do not have enough of in our area. Their children would need to be admitted into schools that are too full as it stands. Where would all these people's needs be met in our part of Toronto? In addition, how will our roads handle the influx of cars that this building proposal and all of its occupants would need to drive? We already have an influx of shipping turbos with the huge increase of semi-truck travel to contend with. How will our streets handle all of this additional traffic? Our petition that we created, Save Cineplex Cinemas Queensway from being demolished, currently has 12,719 signatures, and it's rising daily. Soon we will most likely have 13,000 residents signing this petition, all in an outrage at the thought of the theater being torn down to only bring in more condos and more of a concrete jungle to Etobicoke. Our petition is located on change.org. Please look over our petition and please read all of our heartfelt messages written by our concerned and truly devastated community members. Read their words and just how much they pray that they will be able to access this neighborhood resource that has enriched their lives. Many community members do not drive, are disabled, are elderly, have small children, and take the bus. They cannot make their way downtown easily to see a movie. Please try to understand the community's very clear perspective. We only hope for what is already there. Sorry. A simple pleasure that enhances our lives, uplifts our spirits, and gives us all a place to go to on a cold winter's day. If for some reason this proposal is sadly accepted and pushed forward, we would hope that the Cineplex location could somehow be integrated into that new build. Our suggestion is to remove the VIP section of the theater to lessen the square footage to fit in with the developer's plan and to build the theater vertically within the condo building.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
That's it.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for speaking to us today.
You're welcome.
Our third speaker is Tony Volpentesta. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, committee members. My name is Tony Volpentesta. I'm a partner at Bousfields. We're planning consultants representing the Cineplex property. First and foremost, we would like to thank city staff for their continued effort and for working collaboratively with us on this project. We've gone through a comprehensive development review process with the city, which has included participation, voluntary participation at the design review panel, a community consultation meeting with residents, filing of 2 submissions with the city, and several working group sessions with city staff to collaborate and refine this proposal to meet the city's objectives. The proposed development as presented before you today is not only appropriate in land use policy terms, but also achieves many of the city's overarching objectives, including the delivery of over 4,000 dwelling units, while also providing a healthy mix of non-residential uses in a complete community, as well as providing significant public realm enhancements in the Etobicoke area. Notably, a central park with an area of 4,265 square meters, which equates to an acre, will be conveyed to the city, which will be one of the largest public parks to be dedicated to the city in southern Etobicoke in recent memory. Additionally, a daycare in turnkey condition will also be conveyed to the city. Existing public art will be retained and relocated on the site, and other public realm features will be provided to link this community with the Queensway. Over the last year, we have worked closely with staff to address their comments that we've received on this application. Further to the receipt of comments in July of last year, we have also had several working group meetings to refine the proposal that has reduced the density on the site and reallocated building heights strategically to ensure impacts to the public realm are minimized. Additionally, we collaborated on other matters such as retaining public art at the site to be reused as a gateway feature, as well as permitting specific uses in the employment buildings to ensure continued viability of residential and non-residential uses in close proximity. Further to the conclusion of our working group meetings, the owner made a resubmission to the city in December, which has been supported by staff in the decision report before you today. In my opinion, this project will contribute positively to the development of the Queensway corridor. More importantly, we have satisfied city's concerns regarding site organization, density, sun shadow impacts onto the public realm, and timing of the delivery of key community benefits. And let me clear the air on the most important issue you heard about to date, the retention of the theater. So we also heard from the community loud and clear. We also met with Mr. Patel directly. Thank you, Councillor Morley, for facilitating that meeting. Please remember that my client is not the operator of the theater. My client is the landowner in this case. We heard the community's concerns regarding the Cineplex Theater. We understand that movie theaters have an incredible nostalgic charm that could bring people together. We share this value, and we'd like to reiterate and clear the air and the confusion around this issue, that our client's plan is to keep the Cineplex Theater in operation for as long as possible. There's significant term left in their lease. There's nothing in this proposal that forces the exit of the theater. The way that the sequencing of development would work is that it would be retained as long as the theater wants to remain there. I'm stating the obvious. Our client has a financial and contractual obligation to allow the continued operation of the Cineplex Theater. And in this regard, we have carefully developed a phasing plan in consultation with the city that will allow for the continued operation of the Cineplex Theater for as long as possible while allowing for the redevelopment on other portions of the site. So we thank city staff, we thank Councillor Morley for working with us on this application, and we support their recommendation as outlined in the staff report. But we have one request. The draft zoning bylaw that is found in attachment 5 of the report was provided to us on Monday. Normally, the typical recommendation in an approvals report would only allow for technical and stylistic changes. We respectfully request that the Etobicoke York Community Council amend recommendations 1 and 2 to allow further discussion between the applicant and city staff to address important implementation matters. When the draft bylaw was provided to our client on Monday and Tuesday were high Jewish holidays, we have not had an opportunity to consult with our client on the form of the bylaw. And we think that there could be an accommodation made about the form of the bylaw itself. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Morley.
I do have a number of questions, Mr. Chair, but I just on the note of the draft recs number 1 and 2, I do want to get some clarification from staff offline. Is it possible if we stand this down before I go to my formal questions of staff to get clarification offline, and perhaps we could stand this down and resume the order? I mean, I'm happy to just pose my questions.
1 sec.
Okay, let's.
Deputy Mayor Morley, I let the clerk finish what she's doing, and I'm just going to see what order we can go back to.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Morley, if you want to move a motion to stand it down, we can do it.
I'm happy to proceed and move forward with this item.
You're good to proceed? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, good morning, Enno. Thank you for joining us. A couple of questions. The first one is just on the recommendations 1 and 2. Can you provide a little bit more color and detail on what those include, and your thoughts on the request from the applicant to allow for further discussion?
Through the chair, good morning, councillors. So recommendations 1 and 2 are that council should approve the attached zoning bylaw. And number 2 is requesting that council approve that city legal be able to make any stylistic and technical changes to the draft zoning bylaw. So those are the two recommendations. Yep.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And then I have some other questions here. On the SAS, we heard a lot this morning about site and area specific policies. On this particular site, there is a requirement for affordable housing. How much affordable housing do we expect will be secured with this site?
Through the chair, my colleague from the Affordable Housing Unit is here, and he might want to provide some details. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Hi, Councillor. Through the chair, there is, as Enno said, there's a requirement to provide affordable housing through the employment land conversion. The rates vary based on the type of affordable housing proposed. So the difference between rental and affordable home ownership, 7% and 5% respectively. At this point, there hasn't been a determination or a full proposal around which type of tenure would be implemented. It could be a combination of both, but it's either the 5 or 7% overall.
Great. And approximately within range, what's a range of number of units that we might be looking at?
Ooh, I'd have to go look at my computer.
I think it's about 200, but correct me if I'm wrong.
We didn't speak to it specifically in the report, but let me get you that information.
No problem. But between 5 to 7%, depending on the tenure of the total number of units proposed.
So
here.
I should say the 5 and 7% is a GFA requirement, not a unit requirement. So we would look to achieve sort of similar unit count, but the requirement is based in GFA. So that can also change depending on the type of the unit mix.
Right.
If we want to go for the same unit mix or what have you. So roughly we're looking at about 285 units. If it was rental.
Go ahead.
Sorry, did I?
Go ahead. No.
Sorry, 285 units if it was all rental.
Got it.
Provided as rental.
Great. Thank you for that information. I think it's important. Will the affordable housing units come out of community benefits contributions?
Through the chair, no. Because it's an employment land conversion, it's a policy requirement.
Great. That's very helpful. Thank you. So the recommendation includes applying holding provisions across each of the development blocks with a total of 8 holds that we're looking at for this site. Why are we putting holding provisions, or why are they recommended here, and what is their purpose? And sorry, I have a couple of questions, so we'll try to go quickly.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. You are correct that there are 8 holding provisions in the bylaw. The purpose of the holding provisions is to make sure that, first of all, we are able to improve the transit network around the site. So we have a holding provision requiring that the applicant shall provide a revised transportation impact study, as well as a transportation demand management and mobility and monitoring plan. So that means that the TIS, or Transportation Impact Study, will identify the improvements needed to the transit network. And then we will be able to monitor these improvements, and it should inform the next phase of the development.
Great.
And then we also need, before we lift the holding, that the applicant shall provide a functional servicing and storm water management report, a revised one, to address servicing. We also require that the applicant enter into an agreement to secure the construction of the child care facility. Finally, we do need that a peer review process be completed for the compatibility and mitigation study to confirm that the sensitive uses proposed adjacent to the employment uses are appropriate and the separation distances are appropriate. So we need these holds to ensure that these things are in place and that the site develops in an appropriate way.
Thank you so much, Eno. That's all the time I have for questions, but I'll address some of those pieces in my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Are there any questions of staff from other members of council? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Morley to speak.
Thank you. And again, this is a really tough one, and we've spoken a lot and spent a lot of time this morning about the reality of the challenges that we're facing as a local municipal government in the current environment and legislation that we're working within provincially. In many cases, there are policy directions that are uncomfortable, frankly, for local communities, mine included and myself included. The change that this application represents is drastic. It's quite dramatic, with over 4,000 units of housing on a site that has historically served as an entertainment and gathering hub, as we heard today from Anne and Robert, and many, many members of the community who have expressed concerns. And again, I do share those concerns. We have seen portions of our community grow up very quickly, and some challenges have come along with that, whether it's site servicing, whether it's the impact of traffic from the additional density, or some of those other concerns. So this is a very difficult planning environment for us to fight for, exactly what it is our residents want to see. We do have mandates around growth. We are obviously a beautiful and incredible community that folks are interested in investing in. And so that makes it difficult for us to navigate. But we heard about the care and approach to maintaining Cineplex on site for as long as possible. And in conversation with the landowner, as well in conversation with Cineplex, we are all aligned in that goal, and we appreciate those efforts to make that happen. Ultimately, it is a private property and a private business, so it's not something that the city, through our planning tools, can mandate or dictate, but we do appreciate the effort taken to keep it on site as long as possible, and the identification of the remaining term that will be respected so we can enjoy Cineplex ideally for many years to come. Again, on density and transportation, we've been doing a lot of work understanding what the pressures are and growth pressures along the Queensway. This is one of many big box stores or sort of big box uses that historically have been used in different ways than they are contemplated into the future. There are a number of applications approved along the Queensway that is bringing density and is raising concerns for myself, and has initiated some other pieces of work, including development of a local hydro corridor nearby the site, that we are directing staff and working closely to animate that as another outdoor public space. We are working with senior staff at the City of Toronto to identify opportunities around the transit network and around ensuring that this does not become, a burden to the existing community, but can fit well, represents a complete community, and some of those other wraparound challenges that we are aware of are appropriately addressed. And again, appreciating staff's move to include holds to ensure that this is phased and paced appropriately while some of these other opportunities are stood up. So I wanted to just lastly speak about the affordable housing provision on this site. We heard, again, we're learning a lot today, site and area specific policies when conversions take place often do have specific requirements on the site that was inclusive of affordable housing, and we are excited. We know it's absolutely needed and necessary, and becoming harder and harder to secure through our planning processes. So that is, I think, certainly a benefit along with the daycare and the park space that are secured on this site. So while I am apprehensive, and I do obviously have, a number of concerns about the level of density coming to our community and what that means for us, we are working very hard and very closely with staff on these files, as well as with applicants and with city planning generally, to try to mitigate some of the frustrations and concerns that residents are anticipating. So I hope folks will appreciate and understand. I will be supporting staff recommendations here today. We do expect this will be quite a long process, and we will continue to work closely to ensure that it is implemented well and with care and consideration for the existing local community. Again, just want to thank staff for their work on this and for making sure that we got to a good place, including revisions, right? There were revisions to the height and density on this site. There were reduction in number of units and some of these other pieces based on the conversations and collaboration that we were able to engage in. So with that, Mr. Chair, we'll be moving staff recommendations on this item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Are there other members wishing to speak? Seeing none. On the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Okay, we're going to return back to item EY 23.1. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for finding the motion from Councillor Perruzza in cyberspace. But we are going to the second speaker, which is, okay, we can display the motion for sure. That'll give us a second to see it. Okay, so this is one motion.
Because there are two separate motions.
Okay, so we'll break that into two motions. We're going to have Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley, I think, was going to speak on this item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just based on the discussion today and some of the conversations that sounds like are still important to be had before a final decision is made on this item at council, I did have a motion to move the item to council without recommendations, just to allow for further discussion between the local councillor, the applicant, and any additional work to take place before a fulsome debate and decision at council. So that's my motion on the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Are there other members wishing to speak on this item? Councillor
Mr. Chair,
Nunziata?
I will be supporting Councillor Morley's motion. I think with the additional information that the local councillor has asked for, to send it to council without a recommendation and all that information will be brought forward to Toronto Council.
Okay, are there other members wishing to speak? All right, I'll speak very, very briefly. I would say that it should not be lost that this was previously approved as previously planned for a mid-rise building. And I know how it feels, as does the community in Etobicoke Centre, when something that was planned in one entire form gets changed to something else. And that is quite striking, and it is an incredibly difficult issue to deal with the community and helping people understand what has changed before them and trying to explain or rationalize what has changed. So I am quite sympathetic to people's concerns that are raised on this particular issue. As I am, as I've talked about before, is a lot of questions around how parking works. I understand that the city bylaws may say one thing, and it's very easy and convenient to say, well, it meets the bylaw, so that's the end of it. But my job here is to think critically, and I don't know the answer to the question of when the next person arrives and where they're going to park their car on a busy day in that building, and so I have concerns about that. So I appreciate the length of the debate, and I thank everyone for their patience on this. But these are important questions, and that's the job of this community council to go through these details. But I think what we're hearing here from community council is some dissatisfaction and need for additional information. And I think that's a strong signal that this isn't an application that's going to sail through. So we will process those votes in just a second. So Madam Clerk, I just wondered if you could provide instruction and clarity to this community council on the motions. So we will have one motion for additional information, and we will have another motion for refusal, and we have a motion to send it without recommendations. And if you could just tell us the order in which those will be considered, and if they are adopted or not adopted, what the implication is on how this item proceeds, because we are acting under delegated authority of council here, or subordinate to council. So the item doesn't necessarily stop at this location, but we provide some advice to council. So if you could just help us with that, because it's a bit complicated.
So the order of voting would be on Councillor Peruzza's first motion to refuse the application. And following that, we would vote on without Rex if that motion does not carry.
Okay.
So I would make my second motion to friendly amendment.
Yes, you could forward without Rex and request a staff report.
Okay.
Yep. And just so we're clear, and for the people that are watching that are clear, all of that would go to community council, and we would then deal with to city council, and then we would deal with that item as a package of amendments, and we'll vote at that at the very end.
Yes, final decision to be made by city council.
Could you just put I know the refusal motion, could you just put the second part on the screen so I can read it before I actually vote on it?
Yep. So there was a request. I don't know if we can accommodate printing it, but we can definitely get it up on the screen if we could do that, just for the.
Just give us a minute to
Okay, we ready to vote on the first item? So the first item is on Councillor Peruzza's motion to refuse. There's two parts to it, if I remember. Recorded vote on that item, Madam Clerk.
On the motion before you from Councillor Peruzza, all those in favor? Councillor Peruzza, any opposed? Councillor Crescent, Councillor Morley, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Nunziata, that motion fails. We're going to put up the motion to forward without Rex, or the amendment.
For clarity, Madam Clerk, that is to forward without recommendations with a friendly amendment to ask for the additional reporting. And this is a single vote.
Councillor Morley, are you in agreement with a friendly amendment to forward without Rex and with the amendment? Okay, we'll take one vote on that and we'll amend
Is there a requirement for a recorded vote on that? Seeing none, all those in favor on the two parts, any opposed, that carries. Madam Clerk, for your confirmation, do we need a vote on the item as amended, or are we done?
And no, we're done. The item is forwarded without Rex with the request for a staff report to report back.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to staff for arranging that motion. Okay, on to item EY 23.3, 13 to 21 John Street and 40 South Station Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. There are a number of speakers. Yep, item number 3. So our first speaker is Jeff Pereira from the Romano de Andrea Foundation. Is Jeff available here or online? Okay, I'm seeing no, so we'll come back.
Oh, he's coming right here.
Oh, okay.
You're up.
Welcome, Jeff. We almost missed you.
I was sorry. I was out in the hallway. I didn't expect to be.
No problem.
up first.
Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Sure. Thanks very much. Good morning to the chair, committee members, and guests of the Etobicoke York Community Council. My name is Jeff Pereira. I work in Weston, just around the corner from this proposed tower. I went to Chaminade High School, attended church services at St. John the Evangelist Parish, which are both in Ward 5. I am a journalist, film, television, and interactive producer, father of 2, master of none. I'm speaking today as a member of the board of directors of the Romano de Andrea Foundation. Our mission is to improve the lives of the people of York South Weston by creating a new community arts hub, a place to foster connection, creativity, and cultural access, regardless of religion, ethnicity, or economic circumstances. We're here today to offer our full support for this application. We believe it represents not just smart planning, but meaningful economic and cultural progress for York South Weston. Mostly, we're here to champion what this development means beyond the bricks and mortar. The application references a parcel of land that's slated to become an accessible, purpose-built space where local artists, young and old, can create, perform, and share their work with the community. For decades, this community has had limited cultural opportunities, very limited. We've had wonderful places like Crossroads, but other than that, we've had to travel to the downtown core to access performance venues, rehearsal spaces, and professional creative facilities. And as we know, that is becoming more and more difficult as the city gets bigger and traffic gets worse. This new space has been enthusiastically supported by the applicant after extensive consultations with the community. It offers a new model, one that embeds the arts in the daily life of our neighborhood. As most of you know, it aligns perfectly with the City of Toronto's Culture Connects 10-year plan, which calls for decentralizing arts investment and building cultural infrastructure in communities like ours, communities that have been overlooked. We are pleased to see an application that reflects those values in action. Without the support of the applicant, the new community cultural space would not be possible. So what do we gain? What do we gain by this? Because as we know, the arts are not just about entertainment. They are engines of economic development and social connection. Cultural hubs draw foot traffic, support local businesses, and provide jobs. They bring young people together in positive ways. They inspire creativity and confidence. They build stronger, safer, and more vibrant neighborhoods. This project is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We don't want to let it slip by. It respects the history of York South Weston while investing boldly in its future. And it shows what's possible when private development, community vision, and city priorities align. The Romano D'Andrea Foundation is supporting this application in every way we can. We urge this committee to see this not simply as a development application, but as an opportunity to change the story for York South Weston. Thanks to all of you for your time and for your commitment to ensuring that every corner of Toronto, especially communities like ours, have the cultural infrastructure they deserve. Let's build something together that future generations can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is David Wittenberg from Devron.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm with Devron Development, the applicant owner of the site, and I just want to take a minute to really thank staff and state how pleased we have been with the overall process to get to this important milestone on the project. It's been several years now, and with Councillor Nunziata's leadership, we've had extensive consultation with the foundation that Jeff was just representing, the Residents Association, the tenants on our site, and city staff. And through that, we think we've really shaped a proposal that we're very happy with, we think everybody else is happy with, and that meets the needs of the community. Aside from the cultural center that's being realized through the contribution of land through the CBC, we're also working extensively on the Weston Loop initiative to revitalize the park space along Humber River. And in addition, we've worked a lot with our tenants on site to give them kind of as much flexibility and certainty to work through this this process as well, extending leases, giving them timelines, trying to help them find new spaces, and act compassionately with the disruption this brings. So I want to leave it there. I want to thank staff. I want to thank the councillor. I want to thank the Residents Association and everyone else who's worked with us on this, and happy to see the outcome.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just clarification, David. So as you mentioned, there's been a number of consultation meetings as well. The tenants that are there that you have extended their leases at least for the last 2 years and tried to accommodating them as far as your real estate on finding another location. And it's my understanding that they do have another location, which I'm very pleased. And so you've been helping the existing tenants there to relocate.
Through the chair, yep, that's my understanding as well. I understand that they have a place and could potentially occupy as early as August. And like you said, we've worked with them over the last few years, extending leases and meeting with them a number of times to keep them informed and help them out as much as possible.
And there's been a number of meetings with the community association and with the community at large on your application. Right?
Correct. Yeah. In addition to a consultation meeting, we had an open house at the Artsgate Commons, and then attended numerous residents association meetings to provide updates and take feedback.
So we've been communicating a lot in the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I actually have a couple. I'm going to pass the chair, Councillor Nunziata.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
David, can you tell me what the plan is for parking?
The plan is there's twofold. One is to meet the requirements for the bylaw, which I believe we're doing. I don't believe we're seeking any kind of changes per what's required. And then with all of our projects, we'll assess the market and provide parking as per what we think the market demands.
For this proposal in front of us, can you tell me how many parking spaces are being provided? And for whom?
I believe about 20 or 30 visitor parking spots.
What about for residents?
Nothing in these plans right now, but like I said, we will assess the market for the people we intend to attract to the development, and if parking is required, part of the part of what they're desired, we'll consider adding parking.
Is it a rental or a condominium building?
It's a rental building.
So what happens if somebody would like to live there and they have a car? What do they do?
Like I said, if we first came to the site because of the attractiveness of Weston and also the Up Express. So we do anticipate a lot of people commuting to downtown or out to the airport. But like I said, as we get closer to actually designing and starting construction, we'll do market studies to see if not having parking would dissuade tenants from being in the building.
Do you have any sense what will happen if people do rent and have no parking spot? Like where will the cars go? I think there's 540 units, so that's a lot.
Well, like I said, we don't anticipate, at least right now, many people having cars. If they're needed, we will consider adding it. And that's kind of all I know at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No? Okay, back to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Jason Doolan, Weston Village Community Association.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors. So my name is Jason Doolan, and I am the co-chair or vice chair of the Weston Village Residents Association, now called Community Association. And I've lived in Weston for 30 years. Our organization was founded in 2008 by a group of dedicated volunteers who are non-political, we're volunteer run, and our job is to bring the voice of residents together on civic matters. We also run a lot of community engagement opportunities, and we have between 2,000 to 3,000 people attend our programs and events in the community each year. I first heard about this project back over 2 years ago when the extensive public consultations first began, and we have since been working with the developer and the community groups to make the most of it for our community. We are in support of Devron's development application before you. Our vision for South Station is informed by Weston's 2011 design charrette. It identified South Station, where this development is located, as being what was described as something special in the middle. It's of strategic importance because it lies directly between fairly affluent neighborhood homes and a struggling business community. It also is right in the middle between where most of the residents live and the Humber River Valley. And it is a important connection to the new Up and Go station where residents are commuting all the time. So having there be no vital activation in the space really creates a hole in the center of the community. And at the time, the 2011 charrette earmarked that this would be a great place to have restaurants and cafes and more economic vitality and places that people could congregate together. Then more recently, in September of 2023, we collaborated with the two other most active community organizations in Weston. That is the Historical Society and the Business Improvement Association. The three organizations got together and developed an extensive survey, and it was pushed out over 2 weeks. We had posters. It was in the councilor's newsletter. It was in all the social media feeds, and we had paid advertising. We worked very hard to get that message out. And if you were at all involved in the community in 2023 that summer, you would have known that there was a survey going around. 222 residents completed what was over a 15-minute survey. And an outstanding 89%, that's 9 out of 10 residents, expressed a strong desire for a restaurant and entertainment district on South Station. Residents are hungry for vibrant social spaces that bring people together and help build a stronger, more connected community. 9 out of 10 people agree. I don't think they'd agree on any, you can't get 9 out of 10 people agreeing on anything in Weston, but they agree that this should be a restaurant and entertainment district. We believe the Deveron project aligns with this vision. The developer has had countless consultations with our association and other resident groups and are highly accessible. Not only is Deveron making a sizable contribution to the cultural life of Weston, as highlighted by the other speakers today, but I call your attention to the street plan, the street level plan, which has the potential of 2,700 square feet for restaurant and cafe spaces. And those have entrances out to John Street and South Station, where there's a cobblestone street, because we have been planning for a long time that this be an activated part of the community. The development can draw investment, foot traffic, and the kinds of cultural and commercial amenities our residents have clearly said they want. This development represents an important step towards revitalizing the potential of Weston once again. We urge the city to support this project as part of a broader revitalization of Weston. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? I'm going to take the chance to ask one as well. Pass the chair.
Councillor Holiday.
And I'm genuinely curious about the community's view on the parking. I live fairly close and I visit Weston often, and it's a great place for me to go visit. But it's not easy to park even now. So if you've got another 540 units coming without residential parking spaces, people are people. Some are going to have cars and they're going to have to struggle. Has the community assessed what this could mean?
Parking has been a topic from the get-go. There are 10 towers coming into the community. And we were somewhat surprised when the city council bylaw, decided that to lower the number of parking spaces. We're not parking experts, so we don't really know what the right number is, and we've had to lean on experts for that. What I can say is that Weston is quickly transforming into a carless community. The cycling infrastructure is improving dramatically. The frequency of the trains have improved considerably. I'm a person who lives and breathes in a car, and we don't drive anymore. We really don't. We are located within walking distance of the Up Express. More and more amenities are showing up, and we go grocery shopping once a week in our car, and the rest of the time it sits there with brakes building up issues. We are a transforming community, but we do rely on the experts to decide what is the appropriate level of parking for the community.
Yeah,
we if I may, actually add one thing. We are working right now we want to broach a conversation with Metrolinx next week, because we're having an audience with them about improving the utilization of the parking lot at the UpGo. It's currently 24 hours dedicated reservations. We think it could be very easily rejigged to accommodate evening parking. If people only needed 8 hours a day, why do they reserve it 365 days of the year, 24/7? So we just think there are untapped assets that could be better utilized to address parking.
So in this case, if I remember correctly, the parking number is 0. right? Like that's an absolute. So it's not about levels. Do you feel confident that the residents in the neighborhood understand the risks? Because even if they live down the street and they have a car now, they may feel the pressure later. And I don't want to rest everything on one case, right? There's a lot going on in Weston. I get it. But I'm curious from you as a community leader, do you feel that people understand this?
I would say that there is concern about parking
Okay.
and about the overflow of parking. And at the same time, we look to the experts to help guide us.
Okay.
Because we, as a community organization, we find we hit our heads a lot on what is movable and what is not.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Our next speaker is Michelle Urbano from Crossroads Theatre. Welcome, Michelle, to the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michelle Urbano. I'm a resident of York South Weston and the artistic director of Crossroads Theatre, a professional, community-engaged theatre company based in Weston. Crossroads Theatre is mandated to provide relevant and accessible theatre and education to the Weston community and to offer growth opportunities for early career theatre makers. Since 2019, we've been a proud resident company of Artscape Weston Common. And from this location, we produce professional theater, run mentorship opportunities for artists. We do participate in community initiatives and do a lot of mentorship for young and growing artists. All of our programs have a deep commitment to equity, creative risk-taking, and inclusion. As the only professional theater company currently based in Weston, we're committed to creating meaningful access to theater for local audiences and vital opportunities for local artists to grow and thrive. I'm here today to voice my support for the proposed arts facility as part of the mixed-use development at the corner of John and South Station. This site is directly adjacent to Weston Common, a location that our organization has been dedicated to animate for years. More activity in and around the square means more energy, more engagement, and more opportunities to build connection and vibrancy in Weston. This performance center would mark a major and much needed investment in the arts for this part of Toronto, a neighborhood that has seen limited cultural infrastructure for far too long. A dedicated space for the arts and community use would be transformative, not just for Crossroads, who would have access to professional performance spaces, equipment, and resources, but also for the local artists that we currently support, the youth who engage in our programs, and the residents of Weston alike. We're glad to see that this is more than being about development, that this proposal is also about building a more vibrant, connected, and creative Weston. We're ready to welcome this level of artistic growth in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abdirashid Douali. Just Abdirashid?
Yes.
Abdirashid?
Yes.
Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Thank you. It's my first time here.
A special welcome then.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes. Please proceed as soon as you're ready then.
Okay. Hello and good morning to the chair and the council as well. My name is Abdirashid and I am an actual resident of Weston Road. I live on the intersection of Weston and Lawrence. I live in low income housing, and a lot of these developments that are coming to Weston Road affect people in situations like myself. I am also a community advocate, organizer for Weston Road, where I've spent many years coordinating grassroots initiatives, facilitating youth programs, and years coordinating youth programs and advocating for families and small businesses in York South Weston. I bring a deep understanding of the community's needs, as I've been a resident on Weston Road for many years, and I've been committed to working alongside residents to create safer, more equitable futures for all residents of Weston Road. I am here today to speak about a proposal on the table that is here to replace our mosque, our Islamic school, and our longtime local small businesses with instead a 42-story condo development. This development would radically transform a space that has long been the cultural and spiritual anchor of our community, specifically its African, Muslim, and newcomer populations. Let's be clear about what this neighborhood is facing. Weston is home to nearly 20,000 people. Over 50% are first-generation immigrants. With its close proximity to the airport, over the years, Weston has become one of the major destinations for newcomers to Canada. Being one of the last affordable places to live in Toronto, many have chosen Weston to begin their new life. Weston is one of the most diverse neighborhoods across the country and is a community that reflects 151 different ethnic origins. Studies have shown that diversity in a community offers numerous statistical benefits. Inclusive communities are more innovative, resilient, and dynamic, leading to greater economic prosperity and better social outcomes. And yet we are facing disproportionately high challenges. Unemployment here on Weston is 8% higher than the city average. The median household income is $50,000, well below the Toronto average of $85,000. Over 40% of families on Weston have children, and many live in rental housing, often spending more than 30% of their income on rent, a clear sign of housing insecurity. Increase in overcrowding in multi-family homes has become rampant. When we look at Weston, the Weston's crime score, it is 67.8, with rates of homicide 122% higher than the city average, and incidents of shooting being 80% higher than the city average. So yes, I agree, we do need a revitalization of Weston. We need more affordable housing units for our residents. We need access to better employment opportunities for our young skilled workforce. Weston has thousands of skilled laborers and tradesmen ready for an opportunity to work, and we need to bring more resources for our youth in the form of meaningful programming so we can set them up with the tools necessary to navigate through these tough times all Canadians are facing. However, with what we have now, we are not just talking about development, we are talking about displacement. When a place of worship, an Islamic learning school, a long-time local family, small-owned businesses are being torn down and replaced with luxury towers, we ask ourselves, who is this really for? It is not for the families already here. It is not for the youth already struggling with systemic barriers in education, whose parents now need to find alternative means of education. Not our unemployed youth, who this summer will be facing the worst summer job market we have ever seen in the last 20 years. I'm sure you guys watch the news. And definitely not the residents living in poverty who will be outpriced by these developments coming into my neighborhood. City planners and developers always speak about creating inclusive neighborhoods, but Weston is already inclusive. It's deeply rooted, resilient, and rich in shared cultural history. Inclusion doesn't happen overnight. It happens when communities are truly heard, genuinely respected, and given the opportunity to shape their own futures. We do not oppose thoughtful development, but it must center the people who built this community, my community. Yes, we need housing, but housing that is affordable, accessible, and reflective of the lived realities of Weston residents. Yes, we need investment, but not at the expense of social infrastructure that's holding our community together. We acknowledge the developer's offer to provide a land at 3638 South Station Street for proposed arts and cultural center. However,
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
yes, I will.
Thank you.
Just got 2 more paragraphs, really short. However, we've seen this before. So we acknowledge that developers offer to provide land at 3638 South Station Street for proposed arts and cultural center. However, we've seen this before. Just across the street, we have the Artscape, a community benefits charge that was provided in kind to the city by Dream, another condo developer. A condo developer who, for the last 3 years, has been at odds with their own tenants who organized the largest rent strike.
I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay.
You're 1 minute over.
What I'm basically trying to say is across the street from this proposed development, they have the artscape. It's been mismanaged and misfunded, underused and underfunded. Instead of using the CBC.
Sir, thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you for joining us.
May I just say one more thing in terms of just a reminder for so all I wanted to say is that we conducted a survey. We have 15,000
Sir,
signatures.
you can
as a
submit
petition.
that in writing, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could also just say one more thing in terms of the report for the amendments, they forgot to mention that it is also an Islamic school. So just for the city clerks to put that in as well, it is also an Islamic school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sundas Mohammed online. Hello, Sundas. It's Stephen Holliday, Chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me? Okay, we have another speaker, so we'll come back.
Me?
Oh, no. Is that Sundas?
Yes.
Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Please begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. My name is Sundas, and I am a Somali-Canadian artist and filmmaker. And I'm calling in today not just as a resident of Weston, but as someone who deeply cares about the mental health, spiritual well-being, and the future of this community, as well as equitable access to opportunity. For over 2 decades, the mosque at the heart of Weston has been more than just a place of worship. It's a safe space for many, including myself. For newcomers, whether from Somalia, Sudan, Uganda, or elsewhere, the mosque and the surrounding local businesses have been some of the first places they find support, guidance, and community. For children, this is where identities are shaped and self-worth is nurtured, especially in today's context of xenophobia and Islamophobia. For youth, it is where they visit for solace, while elders frequent to catch up with one another. For many struggling with life's burdens, such as poverty, displacement, mental illness, and addiction, these places have been lifelines. Now there's a proposal to change all of this with none of the people I've mentioned in mind. The proposal for a 42-story high-rise development surrounded already by several apartment buildings, whose residents regularly attend this very mosque and rely on the local businesses, this disrupts the very social fabric here. Replacing a mosque and a school that offers both Islamic and secular education and longtime small businesses that have supported families such as my own for generations. This would erase a community support system and replace it with something we cannot afford, did not ask for, and find less and less engagement with. You see, Weston is a predominantly African Muslim newcomer, first and second generation neighborhood. It's where I grew up, and it's one of the most Somali places within the GTA, yet there's little to no engagement from the city to include us in these proposed changes. And matter of fact, the Somali community at large has not known about these changes or the public consultations. So there's a lot of public spaces out there for us, but they're pretty much makeshift, including this mosque. And we have plenty of halal restaurants and cafes all across Weston, and we've been a part of Weston for many years. When my parents came to Canada, connection was their main way of surviving as they navigated the city. So I can't imagine the increased disconnection that would take place with this proposal in mind. We call on the council to co-curate a solution here. We acknowledge that the developers offered to provide the city with land at 36 to 38 South Street with an arts and cultural center, but we strongly urge that this does not become another generic space disconnected from the folks that already live here. We call for a community-designed African Islamic center, one that reflects the cultural and spiritual and mental health needs of Weston's population. We urge the city and developers to rethink this proposal until the city has truly sat down with members of the community, the people who live, work, pray, and teach and raise our children here, and to include our prayer space, because this is drastic and it will disrupt the social fabric here. So I just wanted to put out there that Weston deserves a thoughtful development, but not at the cost of the very people who built its social and cultural landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll ask, are there any questions of the speaker?
I just
Councillor
have-
Nunziata.
Yeah, so are you aware that Iman has spoken to the applicant and that they're in full support and they're working with the applicant as far as finding a new site just down the street and extending their lease? Are you aware of that in fact they do support this application?
No, I wasn't aware of that. I think
Okay.
communication.
Yeah,
Great.
it's too bad that you weren't aware of that because we've received that information. So I just wanted to know if you were aware of it. Thank you.
I think that the Somali community has been out of the loop for many years now, yet has been at the forefront of what Weston has been evolving into. So I think communication should just be improved and be extended out there, because Abdurrashid and I were making strides to show up in these spaces and these opportunities to make a point for our community, whereas they have no idea that these things are even happening. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sundus. I'll just ask, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Romano de Andrea. Welcome, Romano, to Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councilors. I'm very happy to be here this morning. You've probably heard my name earlier. I am Romano de Andrea of the Romano de Andrea Foundation. I have been a resident of Weston for 20 years. And, I fell in love with a house in a neighborhood that I started to fall in love with. And then, of course, every day I sometimes wish, because, I hear the news and watch, stuff happen in our community that makes me sometimes wish that I was in your ward, Councillor Morley, or yours, Councillor Holiday or Councillor Crescent. But I'm committed to this community. And I believe that this development has sparked in our community the sense that we can shape our destiny if we work with people who are investing in our community. Weston needs more people. It needs new residents. It needs a new lease on its civic life. And I think this proposal helps get us a little bit closer. This building is literally 110 meters from my house. I'll be able to see it from my front lawn. It is important to me, and that's why over the last 2 years, I have gone to every single meeting. I've actually hosted the developers in my own dining room and had extensive conversations with my neighbors about what this means to Weston. And what I found was not a hostile conversation, but a fruitful one. The developers not only listened, but they also acted on some of the small little fundamental stuff and bigger ideas that we had that we wanted for our community. And we were encouraged by our councillor to work to make change possible. And I want to say today that I believe we have achieved the best possible outcome. And I encourage you to, when this is all said and done, that you will come visit Weston. It'll be a new Weston, full of life, centered around this idea that the arts can raise a community in ways that many of us don't even imagine is possible. So I leave you with that, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining.
Thank you.
I'll ask, are there any other speakers on this item before we go to questions of staff? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none to speak, Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, thank you. I will move the recommendation from city staff on the report. And there's 2 supplementary motions that the staff have asked me to move as far as, and I won't go through, Nancy, do you have them? Oh, city staff has given me these 2 amendments. Can you redo my?
Just pause. I will ask if those
Ra-
motions are somewhere, or do we need to stand the item down?
Rabia, did you give these motions to the clerk? Oh, they're going to send it. So these are just motions by city staff.
Okay, I'll take a nod from the clerk when they're ready. If not, we'll have to stand it down. But why don't you proceed with your
Well, I'll
speaking?
I'll
Yeah.
speak then.
Okay, go ahead.
These are just technical amendments that the staff has asked me to do. I want to thank the everyone for being here and speaking on this item, and thank you to the applicant. As it was mentioned, that we had a charrette in 2011. And we all participated in it. ULI was part of it, Paul Bedford. And at that time, there was a vision for Weston on the future intensification and development in Weston. And where we are today, actually, most of the developments have been approved on our vision that when we adopted the charrette. And this parcel on John Street and South Station was part of that charrette. And I'm pleased that we are here today because it's taken us to 2011. And as it was mentioned, the Weston Community Association has had numerous public meetings and, with the public, and there was that survey that was done. I can tell you that my community is very supportive on what we're doing today with this application. And I realize that the mosque and the Islamic Center, they have some issues, but I want to congratulate the applicant because the applicant has actually extended their lease because they're tenants for an additional 2 years and also assisted them on getting a new location along Western Road, which is very unusual for a landlord to do that. And they are working, and because I know that the man has been speaking to the applicant and very appreciative on the support that they've given. So they have an extension to next year, and they are being assisted on relocation. As it was mentioned, as far as the parking, we have a number of parking lots in the area to park. But I just want to say there was a BIA meeting yesterday, which I find very unusual. And the BIA didn't want any parking. They don't feel, and that was what they discussed at the BIA meeting. But I mean, that motion wasn't adopted, but I'm just saying this is the BIA Business Improvement Area that didn't even support the number of parking spaces that are there. They wanted to get less parking, and that was discussed at the BIA meeting yesterday. Affordable housing, there's a number of affordable housing being built in Weston. We have options for homes and a couple of other applicants that have had their application. They've applied for affordable housing to CMHC. They're also working with co-op housing. So we are providing that. And actually, I think Weston has a huge percentage of new affordable housing coming into Weston. And as it was mentioned as well as the Weston Loop, and we have a meeting tonight. So we have all the developers in Weston that are working in partnership with the city. And we're looking at all the parkland that we have in that area and have connections to trails and improvements to the parks that we have. And actually, Councillor Holiday, one of your parks, Raymore Park, is going to be part of that project. So that's good news too. And we've been working on that, and the mayor has been very supportive of that project. And the report would be going through committee in the summer on the Weston Loop. And the good news is we just found out a few days ago that MLSE, Maple Leaf Entertainment, Sports Entertainment, has chosen Weston. So that they're coming into Weston, which would be amazing for Weston. And there'll be a lot more sports complex, a lot more programming for the youth in that area. And so I'm very pleased on that we were chosen. And I know that we've been lobbying for that for quite a while now. So I'm very pleased to hear that. That will be in the next couple months. We will be having community meetings with the residents and, with the stakeholders in that community. So I'm in full support of this application. we've been working with the applicant and the community with the applicant for a number of years, and they have actually made a number of changes to their application, addressing some of the current concerns that the community has. So I am full support of it, and I'm hoping that the clerk has these two amendments now. Okay, so as I said, I moved the staff recommendation, but one of the amendments that staff have asked me to move is to do with the bicycle parking spaces. Okay, that's one. It's a long motion. And the second one is as far as City Council required the owner to provide a legal undertaking to the city to the satisfaction of the chief planner, executive director, to secure the required tenant relocation assistance plan pertaining to the existing rental dwelling until proposed to be demolished. So that's to assist the existing tenants. And so with that, I'll move the staff recommendation and as well as these two motions. And the applicant is aware of these two motions.
Are you finished speaking, Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, thank you.
Are there any questions of the mover?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, just on number 8, you mentioned that work is underway to ensure that there's a tenant package, but that hasn't yet been secured. Can you confirm the details related to recommendation?
It's been secured.
It has since been secured since the report. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to speak really briefly on this. I'll pass the chair to Councillor Nunziata,
Councillor Holiday to speak.
who will be watching me carefully. I do want to point out something that I've brought up on a number of applications. This one is no different. One of the principles that I approach to thinking about these items is how they will impact the community around them externally. Weston is a great place for me to visit. Weston is adjacent to Ward 2 Etobicoke Center, but it's also not far away from where I live. And in fact, generations of my family have had a relationship with the Weston community. And the hockey rink there is something that's very special to my family, and we visit from time to time. And you know, as a result, we get to visit restaurants and things like that are nearby. I do worry. There is a lot going on there. There's a lot of development. There is a transit hub for different types of public transit. And then there's this question of parking. So if Weston wants people like me to still be able to visit, I need a place to park because I'm not hauling 2 hockey bags on public transit there. That's just the reality of it. I understand how our laws are written, and I understand how people think about building places to live close to transit hubs. But when I see 0 parking, it stands out to me. And I worry about the tenants, and I worry about those that will, you know, may end up having a car just so they can simply work, and how they're going to cope with life when they come home from work and try to find a spot. But I also worry about the community as a whole if more and more of those type of buildings come in, because it creates an enormous pressure. People will find a place to put their car out in necessity. So, you know, one single application is not going to tilt the world. But I want to make these comments because we've already dealt with them in a meeting, earlier in the meeting, on an application with similar things, and we'll probably hear more. And this is one example of that. So if anything, my message is for folks that are thinking through these and critically thinking of them. I still think we have to be realistic with respect to parking, and I think it's important. Or folks like me will find it hard to visit. And I think that's a loss. I think it's a loss to me personally in the community, but also to the opportunity for businesses in the community. And Councillor Nunziata and I may agree or disagree on it, but it's important to raise these points because that's that is central to healthy debate. So with that, I will I'll ask if there's any other members that want to speak. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And similarly, we'll be supporting the motions from Councillor Nunziata. And I just wanted to, again, thank everyone involved in the application and those who joined us today. I was glad to see a connection made between two of the deputants. And I think that those are the kinds of community connections that are really important. I am, understand the potential concerns of folks of the loss of the mosque. And I do think it's important and glad to have the councillor highlight that the mosque, in fact, and leadership have been involved in the process and have been part of the conversations. But I think the community who has been serviced and is able to tap into those important institutions is also part of the wider conversations happening in community and have their chance for their voices to be heard and part of the community building process. So I see some head shaking, but I know there's a future path forward, and I hope that you'll, connect in because that's all what community is about, right? Is coming together and building those relationships and making sure that the future is reflective and inclusive of the needs and experiences that you have. So I'll just call that out, and I look forward to hearing more about how that progresses. But those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none on the First Amendment by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the Second Amendment by Councillor Nunziata. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Folks.
Thank you to members of council.
Thank you. Folks, we will, I think we will be taking a break for lunch, but not yet. We're going to go to the next item, but I want to give that heads up. We've got a long agenda, so I think we haven't broken for lunch for a while at Community Council, but this is a very long agenda. So the next item is EY 23.5, which is 1230 the Queensway, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We have some registered speakers. Our first speaker is Paul Gaglia. Paul's online. Paul, it's Stephen Holliday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. We have you online. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, actually good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members and others in attendance. My name is Paul Gaglia, and my family and I are residents of 39 Cullinan Avenue. Thank you for allowing me to address my concerns with the proposed 12-story development at 1230 the Queensway. I understand that I have up to 5 minutes to speak, so I'll be brief. As you are likely aware, the subject property will be located on the north side of the Queensway between Kipling and Islington. Now, the Queensway is currently undergoing a densification process between Park Lawn and Kipling. However, the primary area of the densification is occurring between Islington and Kipling. The south side of the Queensway contains mostly retail and industrial space, which backs onto the Gardner, as you know. And there are really almost no residential neighborhoods on the south side. However, on the north side, it contains almost exclusively residential neighborhoods, schools, parks, and green space, with some retail space along the Queensway itself. Therefore, there are thousands of residents along the north side of the Queensway that live in pre-existing neighborhoods. Now, as a result of this planning, it is my understanding that the city has a current bylaw that allows for no more than 6 stories on the north side of the Queensway. It is further my understanding that the bylaw allows for much more densification on the south side, given the lack of neighborhoods. Now, over the past approximately 5 to 10 years, several large towers have been built on the south side. There are 5 towers on Zorro Street. There are 2 being built in front of the current Cineplex. There are 12 to 14 towers planned to be built at the current location of the Cineplex that was spoken to or about today. And there are 2 further towers planned on the corner of Kipling and Queensway, where the former Hakeem Optical was located and the current Hyundai dealership is located. That is a densification explosion for a stretch of about 8 blocks. So essentially, the way I view it is the Queensway as I know it is gone. Now, I object to the scale and scope of this specific project for the following reasons. As we all know, laws, from statutes to regulations to local city bylaws, they're created for a reason, for a purpose. The 6-story height restriction was created to protect communities to the north from the consequences of overdevelopment. And what I'm advocating for here today is to respect the bylaw for what it was intended to protect against. First, the projects that have already been built along the Queensway in this specific pocket have already resulted in daily gridlock on Islington, Queensway, and Kipling. This specific project at 1230 the Queensway is only going to make matters worse for the people that are trying to live in this community. In addition, this project will result in crowded streets in our subdivisions and increased traffic, especially since the entrance will be off Cullinan Avenue as opposed to being off the Queensway. My second point is this project does not have an equal amount of parking for the number of units, which will result in the community streets to the north being crowded with parking. These northern streets, they're narrow. They cannot handle more cars being parked on them. Third, the local elementary schools, being Holy Angels and Norsemen, will not be able to accommodate these almost 150 new units because these schools are at or close to capacity already. Fourth, allowing 12 stories will significantly reduce both the privacy and the sunlight to the residents to the north, which is another reason why this local bylaw calls for a maximum of 6 stories. Now, I want to be clear for the council, please. I am not against the development of the Queensway. To the contrary, I believe the development of the street is a good thing, but it must be done within reason and in consideration of the residents that are currently living there, which is why I'm respectively requesting that this council respect the underlying purpose of the bylaw's 6-story height restriction, which is to protect the neighborhoods and residents to the north. If we cannot respect our laws and their underlying purposes, I ask, rhetorically, why do we even have them? Lastly, the developer will likely take the position that they're assisting in providing more homes in a time of need. My response to this is that thousands upon thousands of units are being built and will be built on the south side. For example, we just heard from it today with the Cineplex, and they'll be built to provide more than enough homes in this area, and will do so at a far less impact on the neighborhoods to the north. So I want to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to make these submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Galli. Are there any questions of the speaker today? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Margaret Granger. Hello, Margaret. Welcome to the Community Council.
Hello. Better? Oh, geez. Okay.
Just do a quick sound check. Sounds pretty.
Check, double check. Can you hear me?
You've got 5 minutes. Please proceed.
All right, I'll talk fast. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Granger, and I live at 21 Truman Avenue in Etobicoke. Thank you, council members and chair, for the opportunity to express the shared concerns of my neighbors who live adjacent to the proposed development at 1230 the Queensway. It is presently the site of a Bank of Montreal, a well-established branch that has been the focal point for banking needs for my neighbors and I over many, many years. I have lived on Truman Avenue for a very long time, 70 years. I've seen many changes over these years. A little history. Originally, an area of market gardening, apple orchards, and open fields. A wonderful place to grow up in. Land was purchased, homes were built. Slowly over time, increasing numbers of people moved into the area to raise their families. Shops sprung up along the Queensway, and streets branched out. Schools, churches, restaurants, convenience stores sprung up along the main road. People put roots down and enjoyed living here. They liked the feel, they said, of the community. It was and remains a neighborhood of safety and friendliness. Residents take care and take pride in their homes and gardens. It's a neighborhood holding a variety of cultures, beliefs, lifestyles, many, many seniors, young families, extended families, singles, all living side by side. Then a notice was received of this proposal and circulated. There was a meeting held virtually. which was rather foolish because many of the neighbors involved that received the proposal were seniors, or some people limited English, or others had no technical wizardry. So instead, a good neighbor and myself circulated ourselves around the neighborhood and put together a petition. And we were really overwhelmed by the response of the neighborhood against this proposal. Why 12 stories, they asked me. Only supposed to be 6. And another, look to the south, there's already massive development, all the way from here to way over there. It backs on the Queenie and the Gardner. Our homes are on the other side. It's not compatible with the established neighborhood. Traffic concerns, the safety of the children, the safety of the seniors, parking concerns, construction, noise, dust, and then the lack of sunlight and the effect of the shadow and the environmental impact and the privacy. I would not want to live behind a structure of this height. I don't disagree with change, and I understand there is a push from levels of government for more housing. But this intensification being suggested is not compatible with what exists now. I believe that I believe that the housing crisis should not be an excuse for poor planning. And this proposal as it stands is poor planning. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Our third speaker is David Mackay, excuse me. Welcome, David. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday, members of committee. David Mackay, MHBC Planning, representing the applicant. We've worked very diligently with staff over the last 6 months to bring forward this application. We've addressed a number of the concerns that were raised through the public meeting, including pulling the building back, making sure that there's no outset balconies, for example, to the north. We've adjusted the height, so it's now 11 stories, not 12, as originally proposed, which is in line with the 1-to-1 ratio of the Queensway to the building height. So that is in accordance with the current practice of the city versus the 6-story limit, which set up over 20 years ago. So this represents the most up-to-date thinking of city staff, of city council, in terms of how our avenues are to be developed. Relative to parking, we are providing 132 parking stalls, so about a 0.9 ratio. So there is not a 1-to-1 ratio, but that's not uncommon, and is very similar to parking ratios approved up and down the Queensway for this proposal. So we would like to thank staff for their support and request your support for the approval of this application. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Morley.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. I just wanted to inquire about the issue of shadow impacts for neighbors back.
I'm sorry, Councillor Morley. I apologize to interrupt you. Yeah, could we do an extension to finish the speakers? And the clerk says,
Or this item?
Anyone? Do you want?
Or not the item.
I think we're gonna need a few minutes on it, but let's at least get the speakers done. This is the last speaker I have registered. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Please proceed.
Thank you. The shadow impacts that were raised by the neighbors backing onto the site. Can you talk to me how you are looking at that, how that's been addressed, if at all?
Yes, so any development will cause additional shadow from what exists today. What we've worked with staff on is to modulate the building form to provide for a number of setbacks and step backs in the built form to provide for a reduction in the shadows. Obviously, if this was a tower, it'd be much smaller floor plate, but this is a mid-rise building. So we are working within the framework that has been established by the city. So we've tried to minimize the amount of shadows while respecting the vision for the Queensway for additional development such as this in a
Thank you.
mid-rise format.
Thank you. We heard from the previous deputant about change and the dramatic change from apple orchards that used to be the reality for the neighborhood. I'm sure many of us wish we could go back to the current context. One of the challenges we've seen is with the introduction of short-term delivery drivers, a big impact on our road networks and often, challenges with short-term parking. Is there any provisions in this application to include short-term parking for deliveries and/or pickup drop-off?
So we have 9 visitor spots in the underground parking garage, and we've also got a pickup and drop-off spot off of the driveway because we were working with staff in terms of that confined area for both the traffic, but also for the pickup and drop-off and providing for some landscaped area as well. So we have provided for that short-term drop-off at the site, and staff are acceptable of that.
Thank you. And then just in terms of the unit mix in this proposal, we know we need more units for families. Can you talk to us about what percentage of the units in this development are 2 and 3 bedrooms?
Yes, we're actually, this building has, sorry, my eyesight's not as good as it used to. So we have about 40% 2 bedrooms and another 12% 3 bedrooms. So about over 50% of the building is 2 and 3 bedroom units.
Great, and meeting the growing up guidelines that the city has set up. Is that correct?
Yes, the guidelines call for 15% and 10%, so we're well above that.
Exceeding them. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Are there any other speakers to this item?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:29, almost 12:30. We will break for 1 hour lunch, so we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I call this meeting back to order. And we are currently on item EY 23.5, which is 1230 the Queensway zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. We, just before the lunch break, completed our list of speakers, and we are therefore at questions of staff. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Karina. Thank you for joining us. We heard some feedback from the deputants today, and my office is in receipt of a petition of about 60 local community members, as some are represented here today, on the concerns related to the height and height allowances. I wonder if you could talk to us about whether or not this development is consistent with what our city's current policies say related to development on this portion of the Queensway.
Good afternoon, everybody, and through the chair to the deputy mayor. Thank you for the question. This proposal is very much in line with the new avenue guidelines that came forward, which recommend, and our official plan, which recommend a one-to-one relationship between the height of the building and the right-of-way. In this case, the right-of-way is 36 meters, and the building is proposed to be about 37.5, so very close relationship.
Okay, that's helpful, and I think important to note. Lots of changes to the construction environment. Can you just update, give us some color to the avenues policies and how, like, the recentness and sort of some of the color related to those changes?
Well, the guideline, maybe I'll speak to the Queensway first and just say that there are several approved developments that are under construction already, even built at this point, which are on the north side of the Queensway, similar heights to what we're seeing in this building. So again, it fits within the existing context. And then those avenue guidelines are relatively new. I think the new avenue policies came forward just in January of this year. And again, speak to that new relationship, slightly taller heights than previously. And again, that one-to-one ratio being kind of the critical piece with some setback directions as well.
Great, thank you. We know the current pedestrian experience in this section of the Queensway is not necessarily a pleasant one. We've been doing a lot of work with your department on, what we can do to address that. Can you talk to me about what improvements are planned around the streetscape and pedestrian experience within the public realm on this site?
Yeah, I know that the staff and the applicant spent quite a bit of time on this. So if you look at grade on this proposal, not only do we have retail along the entire frontage, it's about 500 square meters. We also have an at-grade setback of about 2 meters, giving additional space to that pedestrian realm. There already is, because this is quite a wide right-of-way, quite a wide sidewalk area, if you will. And then there's, I think, 10 new street trees coming in through this proposal as well. So this investment is bringing, I think, those improvements to the public realm that we're looking for along the Queensway.
Great, thank you. And my last question is just around the parkland dedication. On this file, we are looking at taking cash in lieu of instead of parkland. Can you help explain why that is?
I mean, I'll turn to my colleague if she wants to come up and speak specifically to parkland, but what I can say is this is a very normal type of recommendation. Not every site can accommodate a park, and in this instance, the site wasn't deemed, I'm going to say, large enough to be able to accommodate on-site parkland dedication.
Great. Anything to add? I think that's very helpful. Those are my questions. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Just going to pass the chair to Councillor Nunziata.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you. I just wanted to continue a little bit so that I understood and the community understood. So the Queensway, it was asymmetrical. There was an idea that there was more development on the south side and there was development that would be considered on the north side. And it's not unlike places like Dundas and other places. And I thought that had to do with the sun, right? Like,
we do look at the orientation, sorry, through the chair, we do look at the orientation of the sun, and we've looked very closely at the shadow impacts here. You do see an asymmetry in the corridor with that mid-rise feel on the northern side, and then certainly with those deeper lots on the southern side, the towers being further set back. That's consistent with the Queensway. But I can assure you, we've looked at that shadow study and evaluated that impact in this proposal.
So council made some changes. And you mentioned them, as late as January to how it looked at avenues. So why do we have an application before us? So I know that became more permissive with respect to what could be built on the avenues, but yet here we are, we're looking at a specific building that seems awfully similar to what would have been covered under those new policies.
Yeah, through the chair again, I think what we're benefiting from here is that site-specific analysis that happens with an individual application that comes in. Remember that those general policies speak to the context of the entire city. In this instance, we've evaluated the impact on this site with the specific architecture in mind and determined that it's appropriate.
This is a bit theoretical, but I hope you'll indulge me. If the next block came over, because, the Queensway is a series of blocks of north and south streets, and this was the bank. There's another site that's like a restaurant, like a bar. If they came in and wanted to do something similar, how would we approach that, and what would the height be?
Yeah,
just in theory. I don't want to put you in a spot you got to answer a specific site, but just generally.
No, that's perfectly fine. And again, through the chair, what we would do is, again, a site-specific analysis. It would depend on the exact built form that was put to us. We would look at the shadow impacts, the wind impacts, and we would evaluate it against that policy. I don't think anybody is anticipating with the new policy that's come forward that there isn't on a site-specific basis going to need to be adjustments to it. That's part of the planning application process and partly why myself and my staff are here to evaluate on that very site-specific basis.
What does the new policy say on height, though? That's what we're really talking about.
Yeah, so the new policy is it lays out a one-to-one relationship. And in fact, the guidelines speak just kind of broadly to a 5 to 14 story range for mid-rises. In this instance, we're at 11 stories. And it's more about that relationship, the metered height from the right-of-way to the building.
Right. And that's because stories are abstract and the height has to do with mathematics, right? And space. So what does the new policy say? How could the next applicant come in somewhere else nearby, and how tall could they go without even a planning report? They just go and build it.
The as of right, I need to look at the zoning bylaw. In this instance, you've heard that we have a zoning bylaw that speaks still to 6 stories. There are other instances in the city where we have upzoned, and then you could do more as of right. But at this point, I believe you would need a rezoning application for any mid-rise of this sort of scale coming in still.
I thought we did it as of right. Is there some clarity here? I just want to make sure I understand why the as of right didn't apply in this.
Yes,
here.
thank you. Through the chair. If you recall back to the discussion at City Council on this matter, that this was, not to reuse the word layering, but this was a step one of the process, setting the stage with the avenues policies.
Okay.
Then they were going to look at whether redesignations had to happen in terms of land use. And then they were going to look at zoning.
Okay.
And so we are a couple steps away from, if you will, as of right zoning. So someone could just come in with a building permit. But at this stage, it will still require a site-specific application, and we will review it based on all the current policies before us.
Okay, but just to round that out, and I'm sorry, it's taken some time here. The future state will likely be one where places, and I'm not saying this place, but similar places will have the ability for the developer to come in and just build the height of the right of way. So 36 meters.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No? Okay, pass it back to the chair.
Deputy Mayor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is yet another application in the area of the Queensway, and we've spoken about another one we've received earlier today. We are experiencing a huge amount of growth pressure in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I don't think that's a secret to anybody. And we have seen our community growing up in some neighborhoods. In the Queensway is a specific corridor that my team and I have been very focused on in working in collaboration and ensuring that staff at the highest levels of the City of Toronto are appreciating and understanding the pressures that we are seeing in terms of whether it's applications that have already been approved and have yet to commence construction. Some were highlighted again by some of the deputants today, or whether it's future applications that we know will be coming through some of the more updated policy environments. So we are very much appreciative of the residents' voices as it relates to the ongoing discussions about growth in the Queensway corridor, and want to really acknowledge that this does represent change, right? Along with the application we saw earlier. I do think that this is a responsible development. It does, as we heard, is consistent with what our city policies do say and suggest as it relates to growth. We've got a lot of work to do as a community to ensure that there are other wraparound public spaces, transit, and road improvements to ensure that our community continues to be well supported as we grow, and we are undertaking that work. But with that all said, we do appreciate this meets, again, a lot of the city's guidelines. It will have a significant portion of family-sized units. It is a mid-rise, which we do feel is appropriate on the north side of Queensway, backing onto our stable residential community there. And I will be moving the staff recommendations here to approve the application before us. Those are my remarks, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other remarks? I would like to make some to be brief, so I'll pass the chair again.
Councillor Holiday.
So I wanted to acknowledge the thoughtful deputations by the residents, as Deputy Mayor Morley pointed out. These are really real issues, especially when it's something that's going up close to your home. I understand that. And I understand that personally, but I also know that in the work that I do in dealing with constituents in Ward 2 as well. So it's personal. But I think there's an important point here that I want people to take away and talk about, and that is City Council has made some big policy moves. And we got at them in a little bit in the questions that some very broad permissions have been created around places like avenues. And I use air quotes on that because avenues is a thing, right? It's not just the street name, but it's something that's described in the official plan. So the sense I get is that this is one of probably many others that will come along. We have a hearing here essentially to talk to people about them, but in the future, buildings that are close to this size will just go straight to permit. And there won't even be the conversation. And I lamented a little bit about parking on the previous item, but the facts are that City Council changed the bylaws, and I didn't agree with them. And you look at my vote on how I voted on the avenues policy, but I have some criticisms of them. But the level of change that is around the corner is really big. And this is just a great example, and I use the word great carefully because I know that people may not be happy with it. But this is an example of other things that are coming. And, you know, I really appreciate people talking to us because it reminds us of how real these things are. I hope folks understand, though, that members of council operate within the context of those big policy changes that are made. And it puts me in an incredibly awkward position. I didn't really like those rules, but now I have to live through them, especially as a decision maker now. And, you know, that message has been broadcast by council about what it sees with respect to development in the city. So that's the reality of what we deal with. And it's very technical stuff, but there's a lot to it. And I can only encourage more conversations and people to dig into what these changes are because there's a lot coming. So thank you.
Thank you. Pass it back to the chair.
Anyone else to speak? Seeing none on the item on the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Any opposed? That item is carried. Okay, next item is EY 23.6, which is 1122 Islington Avenue, a zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. We have a speaker, Christopher Langley from Battery Planning and Management. Welcome, Christopher. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll keep it quick given the time of the council meeting today. I just wanted to thank City of Toronto staff and community planning specifically for their support throughout the application process. It was definitely an iterative process. The application was originally submitted prior to Bill 23, so we're coming through now with the supportive report from city staff, which we're very proud of. We were able to work with urban design as well to craft the application. What was originally 8 townhouse units has changed now to 7 townhouse units in a condominium form. We're also happy to redevelop the single residential detached dwelling with much potential to bring new housing and options to a predominantly low-rise neighborhood with access to transit options and other new parks within the area, within Etobicoke. So I'm here to answer any questions that City Council or staff may have for us, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Are there any more speakers on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Members to speak. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, thank you to the deputant for joining us today and for staff, of course, for their work on this application. This application is essentially 7 townhouse dwelling units, as we heard. It really is a great fit into this existing low-rise community and represents additional housing for families, which again, we really want to be focused on here as we grow our community. It is along a major street, Islington Avenue, as is noted in the title and the address here. It's 850 meters from the subway, immediately west of a beautiful park, Fairfield. And again, we're really looking forward to seeing this be a great fit into this corner of our neighborhood. I will be moving the staff recommendations to approve the application.
Okay, final check. Anyone else to speak on this item? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor Morley was the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Our next item is EY 23.7. That is 3807 to 3815 and 3819 to 3829 Lakeshore Boulevard West Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. We have a number of speakers. Our first speaker is Sean McGaffey, WND Associates Limited. Welcome, Sean. You've got 5 minutes. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
The document camera, please. Thank you. Thank you,
just for
Mr.
clarity, you want the projector?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
great. Let's just make sure that's working.
Oh, no, just this guy here. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Just here today to firstly support the staff recommendations for the report for both item number 7 and item number 8 on the agenda. They are intertwined applications. One is the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application, and number 8 is the rental housing demolition and replacement application. Given the number of speakers today, I'll do my best to reserve them as much time as possible. So this is an application for a new 39-story building at 3807 to 3829 Long Branch Avenue, or Lakeshore Avenue in Long Branch. It's located approximately 250 meters from the existing Long Branch GO station near the TTC streetcar loop on the south side of Lakeshore Boulevard West, directly south of Brown's Line. The site is designated mixed-use areas, and it's located along an avenue and within the PMTSA area adopted by Council. Councillor Holiday has talked today about the avenues policies and the updates that were made in January earlier this year. And part of that is the policy that specifically speaks to perhaps a taller than mid-rise form being appropriate within areas within 500 to 800 meters of transit. And as we noted, the site is located approximately 250 meters to the east of the existing GO station, which is undergoing investment from the province to bring about electrification and 15-minute all-day service. We've also had the opportunity to participate in the Lakeshore Boulevard West Avenue segment study, including the reviewing the draft official plan amendment for that application, and are satisfied from a planning perspective that this application is consistent with those draft recommendations. Just to give you an idea again of the context here. So you see the building there on the left side of the screen and the GO station in the middle. And I think what's interesting about this area when you look at it from a built form context is, notwithstanding Lakeshore Boulevard to the east being a more sort of lower to mid-rise character, there has always been this typology around the GO station of taller than mid-rise buildings, even stretching in to the east of the river there. Just to give you an idea, the proposed podium element with the two retail units being flanking the central driveway, which is aligned with the Browns Line intersection, and the residential lobby. Go quickly here, but this is to give you an idea of the ground floor. So again, the residential lobby in the center, two commercial units, about 4,700 square feet total of new commercial uses. And when we first approached this site, one of the key things that I had pushed for with the application was a 3-meter landscape buffer along the rear of the property. And that is free and clear above and below grade to allow for long-term mature trees to grow properly. There's a total of 10 trees being planted along the southern boundary of the property to help provide some screening to the adjacent properties along Long Branch. And this gives you an idea of the top of the podium level. One other piece of this is directly to the west of the site, there is a public lane. That lane is public property. It's not open to vehicles. I don't think there's ever any tension it'd be open to vehicles, but it is a lane and is being widened in accordance with the requirements of the official plan. And that will serve as an enhanced walkway connection from Branch Avenue out towards the GO station. So the podium piece provides for 7.5 meter setbacks to the west property line, a 3-meter setback to the east property line, 9-meter setbacks to the south property line. And then the tower is shaped in a way as to essentially follow the curve of Long Branch into 3 segmented volumes. It provides for 17-meter setbacks to the west, 15-meter setbacks to the east, and then setbacks to the south, which range from 12.8 meters to 15.5 meters in this sort of stepped condition. There's a total of 14 existing rental dwelling units on the property that will be replaced as part of the proposed development within the second floor. I can touch on this in the next item, but I'll briefly hit it now. It's every unit that will be replaced is larger than what is currently there. And for example, it's also in improved condition. Inboard bedrooms will be moved to outdoor or to exterior walls. There is a unit that currently does not have access to daylight, highlighted in orange there. That will be improved through the proposal. We did have a tenant meeting on site, and I've met the tenants personally myself. Of the layout of the second floor with the units, and I'll wrap it up.
Yep.
So with that, I'll wrap up the presentation, but again, here to support the staff recommendations and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker, Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputant, thank you for joining us. Can you help us understand how you arrived at the 39-story height?
Absolutely. So when we took a look at this site, we first started by assessing the potential impacts from a tall building. So for things like wind conditions, shadow conditions, the overall positioning, shape, and size of the site factor into that. And this became clear to me that this was a site that was large enough to accommodate a tall building, not only implementing the tall building guidelines, but actually exceeding them in almost every respect in terms of setbacks, separation distances. Looking at the shadowing conditions, this site is well positioned, being located number one on the south side of Lakeshore Boulevard West. It's far removed from neighborhoods designated lands that would be impacted by shadow to the north. The nearest neighborhoods designated lands are on the north side of the CNR rail tracks. There'll be no net new shadow on those neighborhood designated properties. It's also located or sited in a way to mitigate the shadow to the extent possible on the parkland at the west intersection of Browns Line and Lakeshore. And part of the iterative process with city staff on this application was actually compressing the tower in an east-west direction to reduce that shadow, as well as reducing the height from the original proposal of 43 stories to 39 stories. So all of those pieces combined resulted in what we feel is an appropriate height on the site.
Are there any neighbors on the south side that will be impacted by shadow?
No.
Those are my questions. I'll save the rest for staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to get my speakers list back. Are there any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Florence Nenteza. Is Florence here or online? Just call again, Florence Nenteza. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker. That is Stephen Vella, Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Okay, good afternoon, Stephen. It's Stephen Holliday, Chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Hi, how are you?
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Can I, before you start the clock, can I share the presentation?
Just give me a moment. I want to get a nod from the technical staff. I got it, yes. So go right ahead.
Alrighty.
Okay, we see a letter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Vella. I'm at 42 Ash Crescent. I'm the Vice Chair of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. This letter is in opposition to the development at Browns Line and Lakeshore Boulevard West. Very few in Long Branch would be opposed to a reasonable and appropriate development application. Two recent applications in 2023 of 6 stories at 3807 to 3815 Lakeshore, and then also in 2023 a 7-story at 3471 Lakeshore at 31st Street, which also included 105 31st Street, had very little neighborhood concern. After approval, neither application has gone forward. Lakeshore at 31st was up for sale less than a month after approval and is actually in council today. This is a massive development of 39 stories with a density of 12. Well, I think that's the largest density that was talked about today. where 1.5 was approved by council as recently as 2022. If this application is approved, then all the future developments will use 39 stories as a starting point. This has been my experience for the last 7 years, and where every developer uses the previous approval as a starting point. It is naive to think differently. At the community consultation for the avenue study, it was stated that any avenue that was under a site and area specific plan would not be affected. SASP 21, which goes Lakeshore Boulevard between Etobicoke Creek and Dwight Avenue, which was approved in 2016, states that a 6-story building would be permitted, but where the lot depths exceed 35 meters, higher building would be considered, but it would not exceed a density of 3. Of the 123 residents who participated in the public consultation for this proposal, no one thought that this was an appropriate development. Some concerns were the impact of 39 stories on low-rise residential, no government commitment for infrastructure improvements, elimination of retail, and no affordable housing component. Also, this does not adhere to the lot depth recommendations of the avenue study. The final recommendations of the avenue study emphasize that sufficient lot depth is critical to ensure tall buildings do not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. It specifically requires applicants to assemble deeper sites, including acquiring properties to the rear, to meet the standard. To achieve the necessary depth, properties on North Branch Avenue would need to be included. Approving this application without that depth directly contradicts the study's intent. Staff state in their report that this application aligns with the recommendation of the Lakeshore Boulevard West Avenue study, yet this is a key area where it clearly does not. The two positions are inconsistent, and approving the application as is undermines the credibility of both the planning process and the foundation's guidelines. Avenues are to be developed as mid-rise, especially where they are up against low-rise residential neighborhoods. This would put a 39-story building literally in a neighbor's backyard. There is no transition to the community, no appropriate buffer. 3-meter buffer is extremely deficient and will do nothing to mitigate the impact of 39 stories on the surrounding neighborhood. There's no affordable housing component. Long Branch is one of the few communities that still has affordable housing. Neglecting the need for affordable housing is directly against the vision of the PMTSA that was approved by council. The application is adding 490 condo units, but the city has over 200,000 approved that have not started development. What there is a shortage of is affordable housing, which is that this application will do absolutely nothing to address. Long Branch is missing infrastructure. The last census showed an increase of 13%, well above the 3.2%, and infrastructure has not kept up. There is no community center at all, no additional school spaces or daycare spaces are being made available. The Catholic Board already has signs posted in the neighborhood saying there is no capacity for more students. What facilities will these new residents use? 71 parking spaces proposed to support 490 units are insufficient and will force all the overflow into the neighborhood. The street and private property cannot be a solution for this overflow. 558 bicycle parking is a nice gesture, but not sure how to get to work in North Mississauga or take my kids to hockey or soccer on a bicycle. And to make matters worse, the province wants to remove bicycle lanes to support more cars that they don't want parking built for. The GO train has limited benefits, and the streetcar has been out of service more over the last 10 years than it has worked. We have an SASP that was working and adding density to Long Branch. The new avenue study criteria has not been approved, and this development even goes against the proposed new planning recommendation. This development goes against the vision of the PMTSA, where affordable housing will be close to public transportation.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Condos, 10 more seconds. The city should not approve a bad plan because we are afraid of going to the OLT. The residents of Long Branch are not cannon fodder for developers. Bad planning is just bad planning. I urge the members of the Etobicoke Council to send this application back to city planning to work with the applicant to come back with something that is much more reasonable and a better fit for the community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is David Juliusson. Excuse me. Welcome, David. You have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to say that I agree with what he had to say.
Hang on, we're just going to get your microphone
Sure.
fixed there.
Okay.
Try that
Well,
again.
thank you very much for hearing me today. First of all, 39 stories. Are you kidding me? The man from the other, he showed a beautiful picture with a building in it. That's the biggest building all the way to Park Lawn. That's 16 stories. And we're talking 39. You're talking about this because it's part of a transit area? Well, let's talk about our transit there. We have the Long Branch Loop. Coming from downtown, we get 3, 4, 5 buses or streetcars that line up because we're the end of the route. We joke about that all the time. We call it the convoy. You see 2, 3, 4 streetcars going past Kipling, that's pretty normal. Let's talk about going into Mississauga. We have a nice little bus that meets up with the Long Branch Loop. It seems to run mainly when the GO train comes, but there's no connection to the GO train. Let's now talk about the GO train. We've been promised electrification of the GO train since I moved in 2003. People were talking, oh, this is going to happen. Well, when? 20, 30, 40, 20 years already. It's also one of only 5 stations on the entire GO route that is not wheelchair accessible. 2 of them are actually in your riding, not Councillor Morley. I thank you for going to the one at Mimico. One of the other ones is actually in Etobicoke as well. So 3 of 5 are not. And we're talking, oh, maybe the 2030s will get something fantastic. We're also talking, oh yeah, people will use the GO train to go downtown. Okay, that's great too. But a lot of people in our area, they work in the north. Well, many of my neighbors, they all work at the airport. That's one of the main reasons that people moved into Long Branch, is it's easy to get to that triangle of jobs that are around the airport. And some of the business people here would know better than me, but I've heard as high as second number of jobs in the entire country belong to that triangle. That's where people work in our area. The north-south is bad. I used to work for Canada Post. I've retired now. I was on Westmore, 12-minute drive, at least 1 hour if I take the GO train. Easiest was just to walk to Sherway, catch a bus from Sherway to Long Branch, from there over, and then go home. So transit doesn't work. There is a new one for the GO train as well, which people are not talking about because, oh, it's Mississauga. It has nothing to do with us. Well, that's the Lakeview project. Lakeview, the highest number I've heard of is 50,000 new residents will be in that development within the next 10 years. They're planning to use the same overcrowded place you can't park anyways, or that funny little bus that goes to the Long Branch Loop that doesn't connect to the GO train. Well, let's talk the rest of our transit in our area. That's the Lakeshore itself. The Lakeshore is the only route that we have that's east-west that we can get in and out of South Etobicoke. We get nothing else. And if what's happening at 220 Lake Palm goes through, it'll be the only east-west road that will go through Long Branch that we can use. Right now, the speed is 40 kilometers an hour. That's brilliant. The road is in such bad shape going east that I wouldn't try going 40 kilometers an hour. Roughly 35 is the best we can do. And finally, what do we get out of this? The people that live there. The man that just spoke, he talked about that already. What do we have? We have no community center. We have to hold our meetings at the Legion. The Legion is very much a community force, but it's a private club. That's where we hold our meetings. Earlier, we were talking about beautiful artworks. What's that? We don't get that. We have a beat-up old arena that was a centennial project. It needs work. We have an undersized library. That's it. That's all we get. Out of this plan, we get nothing new. We don't get any community services. We get the traffic. We'll get lots and lots and lots of traffic out of real problem area already. Try going Brown's Line this time of day. Already it's over the bridge and into Alderwood to try and get across. About 3 lights to turn. But of course, having something right on the corner won't cause any more traffic, will it? Okay, I notice my 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you, David. Any questions for the speaker?
Sure.
Deputy Mayor Morley?
Thanks for taking the time, David. I know it's been a long agenda today, but I appreciate you sticking around and sharing your voice on this item.
Thank you.
I know, right, there's lots of discussion. We're very deeply engaged with the local community on many different pieces. Something that I had heard over the years in discussion with members of the Long Branch community is that height and density should go onto the lakeshore and not into the neighborhood. And I wondered if you agreed with that position, and if so, what level of density do you think would be more appropriate on the lakeshore?
I have no problems with there being some density. I like the mid-rise guidelines. 39 stories on a very narrow lot is too much. But of course, this is also going to affect what's going to happen at the 220 Lake Prom. If there's 39 there, they'll be able to argue at the Ontario Land Tribunal that they're getting 39. Why shouldn't we? This is something that you're very much against. You're on record. And that we're trying to raise $500,000 to fight right now in our neighborhood. It's a lot of money at $15 a membership.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd like just one more personal thing. I'm in my late 60s now. We're talking developments 15, 20 years. I already have health problems. If this goes through, plus what they're talking about at 220, I'm going to have to move. I'm going to take a $300,000-$400,000 loss and leave. It's the only thing I can do. I can't do this until I'm in my 80s.
Thank you, David. Are there any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Erickson. Online. Hello, Christine. It's Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear us?
Thank you.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Appreciate that. I reside at 3845 Lakeshore Boulevard West, which is the condominium part of the condominium complex that's adjacent to the building site. And I'm going to be addressing some of the concerns of the residents in the building. The scale of this building, as indicated by other speakers, is a serious concern. In conjunction with several other major proposed residential construction projects in our neighborhood, we have many serious concerns about the lack of infrastructure currently available in the area to support the influx of large numbers of people. The available hospital, school, and emergency services, as well as hydro and sewage systems in the area, are already greatly stretched and not meeting the needs of people living in the community. Speaking personally, I've had several occasions in the past year in which I've had to use hospital emergency services and inpatient services for family members and friends. And these services have been appallingly poor due to the number of people requiring support and the lack of staff and available space in emergency rooms and inpatient beds. And I'm also aware that many of the schools in the area are far above capacity. And the density of this proposed building raises further concerns about the strain on an already taxed infrastructure. It's also my understanding that the proposed building would have 490 dwelling units, but only 62 parking spaces for residents and 9 visitor parking spaces. So that's basically a ratio of 1 parking space for every 8 units. And despite the proximity of transportation in the area, I think it's very unreasonable to assume that with the planned number of residents and the few visitor parking spaces, that there will be sufficient parking to meet the actual needs of the building. And there's therefore a critical concern that there will be a very significant problem with illegal and haphazard parking in the visitor areas of neighboring buildings, such as ours, local retail business parking, and on the streets, causing a lot of undue problems and expenses for existing residents and businesses. There is already currently a significant problem with illegal parking of GO Transit users on the streets and in our condominium visitor parking and in business parking in the area. And this problem is further exacerbated by illegal parking of users of Marie Curtis Park on the weekends. By comparison, just with respect to the visitor parking issue, our condominium complex, which is, as I say, just adjacent to the proposed building, we have 240 units in the complex, and there are 48 visitor parking spaces. And there are many times during the year when this is not sufficient parking for visitors. So how could 9 visitor parking spaces be sufficient for a building with over twice as many units? Another concern is that the proposed building will be located right at the site of the major intersection at the foot of Brown's Line, which is the terminal end of Highway 4027, essentially, and Lakeshore Boulevard West. And it's typical during the construction of such buildings for one lane of traffic to be blocked to accommodate the building equipment. And given the small depth size of this building property, I think we can anticipate that this will be the case. And the impact on traffic flow in the area, especially during rush hours, is going to be extremely negative. The suggested addition of a new traffic light leading to the turnoff to go north onto Brown's Line at 38th Street would actually just exacerbate the traffic flow problem due to the short distance between the stoplights. And it would further exacerbate the major backup issue that will occur onto Brown's Line leading to the 427, and also for eastbound traffic on Lakeshore Boulevard West. So in addition to causing increased stress and hardship for people residing in the area due to longer commuting and transportation times, the potential traffic flow issue in the area also poses significant concerns regarding pedestrian and driver safety, as well as significant safety concerns regarding the capability of emergency vehicles like police, ambulance, and fire trucks to be able to flow through the area to meet the resident needs. There's also material concern for our condominium building about the proximity of the proposed building site and our underground car park. We're wondering if the city has seen the results of any study conducted to assess the impact of the vibration and ground disturbance that will be caused by the digging and construction of the new building on the underground parking of the adjacent buildings.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. I just have one more sentence. In light of the changing weather patterns and the impact of a significant rainfall when the hole is being excavated for the new building on the neighboring underground car park and for site drainage in general, this also needs to be considered.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Stephen Carson. Welcome, Stephen. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Community Council members and staff. I've lived at 3845 Lakeshore Boulevard West for over 35 years, part of the 3-building condominium complex that the previous speaker was talking about. Despite the proposed project being not yet approved, in the not yet approved PMTSA, where the only extra allowance seems to be building height above what the city proposes for avenues, the project should still comply with other design requirements, such as the depth of lot to height of building, building height to road width ratio, and having a transition zone between the building and the surrounding neighborhood and buildings. None of these requirements seem to have been taken into consideration with this project. At the moment, the tallest building in Long Branch is 16 floors. The proposed building is 41 floors, for a total height of 129 meters. This would make the building almost 3 times the height of any other building in Long Branch. I live in a mid-rise condominium next door to the proposed development, but this is too much height. The proximity to other residential buildings is a concern. Some residential buildings, like 3835 Lakeshore Boulevard, a 3-story residential building, will only be 20 meters away from this building. Imagine a 129 meeting tower in your backyard. There are only 62 parking spaces proposed for the 490 units. We are not told about the arrangements for accommodating the 14 rental units that will be replaced in the building, but all of those 14 units currently have parking. If this is replaced as well as part of the accommodation, then there will only be 48 parking spaces for the remaining 476 units. I don't know where the developer thinks the 428 owners without parking in the building would find parking in the neighborhood, and the developer only proposes 9 visitor parking spaces. It was mentioned in previous meetings that the TDSB and TSSB would be consulted regarding school capacity. Today, you are going to approve or decline this proposal. What is the response from the school boards regarding school capacity in the area? At a previous meeting in January, we were advised that the GTAA would review the proposal. What has their response been? The proposed building is in the flight path for the north-south runways at Pearson. The Department of Transport would likely limit the height of the proposed building. 65% of the units will be 1-bedrooms, some as small as 44 square meters, not suitable for families. The average 2-bedroom unit will only be 71 square meters and 3-bedroom units at 88 square meters, far smaller than the recommendations in the Growing Up, Planning for Children in New Vertical Communities Urban Design Guidelines from the city at 87 square meters and 100 square meters respectively. To quote from the guidelines, if new buildings do not provide larger units, housing in Toronto will become increasingly inaccessible, unavailable to larger households over the longer term. Analysis of TREB and MLS data from the study shows a high demand for larger units in the resale market with a high sales to listing ratio for 3-bedroom units, indicating a current unmet need that is not being addressed by new supply or this proposal. The ideal unit sizes were arrived at through architectural testing and are based on design principles for livable spaces to accommodate larger households. The city is actively advancing a range of initiatives to increase the supply of affordable housing through the council-approved Housing TO 2020-2030 Action Plan. As per the developer's plans, none of these units will be subsidized to make them affordable. Where will there be units designed for persons with mobility issues? There will be no space for children to play outside, and currently there is a shortage of child care spaces in Long Branch. The parkland dedication required is only about 15 meters by 19 meters in size. There has been discussion about this land being located outside of Long Branch, not much use to the people who live there. In lieu of this, if the developer makes a cash payment, I would suggest that the money be used to fix up Maurice J. Breen Park on 43rd Street and the unnamed municipal park on Ansell Avenue across the street from the development. Despite staff recommendations, I hope this council will side with the residents of Long Branch by refusing this application and requesting that the staff and the applicant review reducing the size and density of the building, keep community benefits such as affordable housing, retail at grade, and a parkland dedication that benefits Long Branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, just part of your deputation, you mentioned 2 school boards. So are you aware that development applications, when they come into the city, that they are circulated to the school board comments?
I am, but my question is, what has been their response on this application?
Well, the comments would have gone to the planning staff, and if the school board had any issues, I'm sure that they would have passed those issues on to the planning staff. I wondered if you were aware that they are circulated.
I was, and staff may have had an issue with it, but I did not have time to read through the 51 pages of issues that staff had with this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincenzo Patera.
Hi, could I project?
Yep. So before you start, let's just make sure that's up and operational. Okay, there we go.
Well,
if I could just get you to bend the microphone because I can't
Hi.
hear you. Yep.
Yeah, my name is Vince Butera. Lived in Etobicoke pretty much all my life, and South Etobicoke, Lakeshore. The proposals that are currently being tabled, this one and others, will transform our community. Developers are randomly selecting lots and proposing ridiculous heights. If you look at this picture, you can see what I mean. The neighborhood is all surrounded by single-family homes. The highest building, as was mentioned, is 16 stories. How do you go from 16 to 39? What's the logic behind it? We have recommendations from your bureaucrats that are recommending this proposal. Did an avenue study. I participated in the hearing with Daniel Kolominski. We voiced our concerns. They were supposed to be built into the avenue study. They obviously weren't. Why would this get this far? How would any of you like to have a 39-story building in your backyard, 10 meters away? None of you would, right? Would Doug Ford like to have that in his backyard? Why is it that me as a property owner, and I own 2 properties in Long Branch, 2 triplexes, I'm making my efforts to provide affordable housing for people. I haven't raised my rent this year because of a lot of economic issues to my tenants. They're good tenants. I've bought a triplex for my family to live in. We're putting down roots in this community. And I bought the triplex. I sacrificed myself, sold my beautiful home on Long Branch Avenue for a triplex so my kids could have a place to live that they could afford. So why is this council in the city trying to ruin my neighborhood? That's what I'd like to know. Why are you trying to screw it all up? As was mentioned, we have very limited resources right now. We don't have a community center. I had to join Humber Physical Complex. It's a gym because we don't have a community center. It's a joke, complete joke. The library is tiny. And you're going to put all these residents. This sets a precedent for the whole strip along Long Branch. You're setting a precedent at 39 stories. Imagine a wall of condos from Park Lawn to Mississauga border of 39 stories plus. What is that going to look like? What kind of city are you guys creating here? Have you ever been to Chicago? Chicago banned all condos south, or in their case, east of the lakeshore. No, they built one and said no more. You guys are ruining our lakefront. You're ruining neighborhoods, all for what purpose? So condos can make money. So condo developers can make money. There's no other interest. Where are the interests of the residents? I'm a taxpayer on 2 buildings. I pay over $14,000 a year in taxes, okay? All the people in our neighborhood, those are all homeowners. They pay the taxes, and one developer can come in and ruin the entire neighborhood. How can that be on your conscience? How can that be on the city's conscience? To just ruin neighborhoods. Why? To fill a quota? Are you filling a quota? Is there a quota to say you have to build so many units in the city? And so let's just randomly drop them wherever you want. Is that what's going on here? I'm outraged by what is going on in the city. I'm an engineer with an MBA. I know business. I know what these guys are doing. It's not complicated. The more they can ram into it, have a 13 times density, the more money they make. It's not complicated. Who are they serving? Are they serving the community? Are they serving the city? Where's the plan? Mr. Peruzza earlier talked about a secondary plan. Where's our secondary plan? Where's the planning for the community? There's no plan. There's a finger rising in the middle of a community of low rise. Just a finger to a community. It's ridiculous. The outrage that our community feels is palpable. In fact, it resulted in the Conservative member of Parliament, of provincial Parliament, to be ousted. We had a campaign to get her out. That's how much we dislike the Conservative approach to this. I've been a Conservative almost my whole life. I voted for Liberal because of these kinds of problems that are going on. We elected Lee Fairclough. At least she listens. She has no power. You have power. Use it. Squash this stuff before it gets out of hand. And you're ruining my community. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. That was the last speaker on my list. I will call and ask if there's anyone else. I will also go back to Florence Nanteza. Is Florence, has she joined us online? Is Florence here? Seeing none. Okay, questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for joining us, Daniel, and definitely have a few questions on this one. We heard a lot from the local residents about their frustration with this proposal and what it represents in terms of a very significant change onto the Lakeshore Avenue. So for starters, oh my gosh, I have so many questions. But for starters, can you talk to us about the current policy context and whether or not, in fact, this current proposal is in keeping with current and approved policy guidelines?
Speaker on right now?
Try again.
How about now?
Ignore
Okay,
the light.
all good.
Go ahead.
Okay, so through the chair, thank you for the question. In regard to policy, I'll start off by saying the current enforce policy that governs the entirety of Lakeshore Boulevard West, which is identified as site and area specific policy number 21, first came forward through a secondary plan in 1993 under the former city of Etobicoke. That came forward into the new official plan just in the early 2000s as site and area specific policy 21, which really limited density and development to no more than 4 to 6 stories. That continues to apply across this avenue and at the subject site. Throughout that period of time, there has been a suite of changes that have happened across the provincial level and the municipal level. In 2021, the protected major transit station area for Long Branch was council approved, awaiting minister approval at the province. Further, in 2023, the Housing Action Plan came out, which City Council put forward a pledge to the creation of 285,000 housing units in Toronto by 2031. The avenues policies have been updated as of February 2025, although under appeal, which does directly relate to this site, where taller than mid-rise buildings may be appropriate within 800 meters of a transit station. And then a general 1-to-1 building height to the right-of-way ratio across the rest of the avenue outside of that 800-meter area. And the growth plan has been consolidated with the provincial policy statement into the provincial planning statement, which was in October of 2024. So there's been a number of changes over time. This application is an official plan amendment to remove the site from site and area specific policy number 21, which only allows for 4 to 6 stories.
So thank you for that explanation, and a lot of moving pieces, a lot of technical pieces as well. But you mentioned about the PMTSA, which was in fact approved at the city in 21. Can you explain why the inclusionary zoning that we would typically expect within an approval like this or an application like this based on city and provincial policies is not being applied here in terms of ensuring we can secure affordable housing?
Sure, my director can take that question.
Thank you. Through the chair, there's 2 components that have to be in place for inclusionary zoning to apply. One is for the province to bring forward, which they recently have, inclusionary zoning policies. The second, the province needs to approve the PMTSA. So the delineated PMTSA, which council approved, has been sent up to the province, and it's still with the province. So we need to have both those components in place before inclusionary zoning can be applied.
Thank you. With respect to height and density, we've heard a lot of concern about the precedents that this would set for the community, and I think it's really clear and obvious for anybody looking, and thanks to Vince for showing that image. I know there was a lot of frustration at the community consultation meeting as well, looking at those images, just again, the dramatic nature of the change to the community. What should we expect from future development applications that might be submitted to the city for other sites along Lakeshore within the PMTSA relative to this one?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Again, there's a bit of a layering to the response. If we look at current council direction for avenues within 800 meters of a transit station, there is policy within the new avenues policy review that suggests that taller than mid-rise buildings can be located within 800 meters, with the tallest heights being located in closest proximity to the transit station. This is a site that is in closest proximity to the transit station in the mixed use area. through additional review that we've undertaken through our avenue study work that is still ongoing, we do see the area within the 800-meter radius of the transit station having taller buildings, and again reinforcing what the avenue's citywide approach is, with a tallest building located closest to the transit station and a gradual transition downward as you go further to the east, to the eastern boundary of that 800-meter limit. And for the rest of the avenue study, for the rest of the avenue, an alignment with the citywide approach, which is building heights that generally meet the 1-to-1 ratio of building height to right-of-way width for mid-rise development.
I'm going to need another round, Mr. Chair. Apologies.
Yep, thank you. Maybe we'll let others get a moment to hit some questions in. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just a question. When the applicant made his presentation, he mentioned a public laneway. Can you explain that?
Yes, so through the chair, thank you for the question. Running north-south along the western property boundary, there is a pedestrian walkway that is identified municipally as a lane. It is entirely operational as a pedestrian walkway. Under the official plan, through our commenting partners, it was identified that a widening of that lane was necessary, but it is fully functional as a walkway.
Okay, are there any
Yeah,
budding
go ahead.
homeowners that access that lane?
That lane, that walkway is publicly accessible. So it does connect down to Branch Avenue, which are the residential lots to the south of the development. And through the application, there's a widening of the pedestrian walkway and an additional privately owned, publicly accessible POP space that will be available to members of the public to use as well, which is an extension of that walkway too.
Okay, and just my next question, maybe I can ask the director. As you know, and I know I've got a lot of experience in my ward where sometimes applicants go directly and appeal their application and they end up at the OLT and actually they get even more than what they wanted when they went through the planning process. So this particular application, the applicant has an option to appeal it if council doesn't support it, correct?
Yes, through the chair, the applicant has an opportunity to appeal today a non-decision, and also would have an opportunity to appeal a decision of council.
Right. And then at that time when it's appealed, more than likely, and from my experience, there are no community benefits given to the community when it's when there's a settlement offer.
I'll turn this one over to the city solicitor.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. It is possible to negotiate before the tribunal for community benefits, but the certainty that comes with the benefits that we receive at community council is definitely a consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there other questions? Okay, I'd like to ask a couple and then we'll go to a second round.
Councillor Holiday?
Thank you. I need Daniel. Okay. The first speaker, I guess, was the applicant, talked about the connection between the new avenues policy, which I know is under appeal, but the words, I'm going to paraphrase because I lost the page in front of me, but it effectively says mid-rise on avenues, except near transit stations when you'd consider more. So how does that apply? I think you mentioned that in your answer to Councillor Morley as well.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a good question. This is a very good example of where we can see that there is a policy that suggests taller than mid-rise buildings may be developed in proximity to transit. It's really done through a site-specific review of the application based on its planning merits to determine what the appropriate height is. This has gone through a comprehensive review. We've looked at the building's overall height, the impacts from that height, from shadowing to wind, to the built form, how it's designed and oriented. We've looked at the setbacks to all of the adjacent property lines, securing a separation distance to neighborhood areas to the south that we feel is appropriate. And through that specific
analysis, it ultimately was determined what the appropriate height could be for a taller building.
The other policy that's in consideration is that which relates to a transit station area. And it took me a minute. I just found it here. So it's I'm looking at the map. It's a protected major transit station area. So it spans the north side of the tracks. It goes into Alderwood. A big part of Long Branch over several streets, big area. So what does the policy tell us about that area?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The PMTSA boundary is identified as where intensification should be occurring, and what council adopted was a set of minimum density targets. We can see on the map that along Lakeshore Boulevard West, in a darker color, there's a minimum density of 1.5 times the area of the lot, and in the neighborhood areas further to the south, there's a minimum density target of 0.5 times the area of the lot. So that boundary does set sort of a floor of what density could occur in that area. And the way that the lands may build out is entirely based on a site-specific basis and a review when a planning application is required. So yeah, I don't know if my director wants to add a little bit more to that.
No, okay, all right. And I think council chopped back the minimums for the neighborhoods from 0.5 to 0.3. I think there was a motion on the floor for that.
Through the chair, that's correct. And the overall minimum population and employment target is 150 residents and jobs per hectare.
What's the FSI on this site?
The FSI on the site is, I'll just get you the.
It's more than 1.5.
It's more than 1. Yeah, it's more than the minimum. It's over 10.
Over 10. Okay, so but the policy around the PMTSAs doesn't say build whatever you want. It creates do I understand this right? It creates a zone where there's some macro targets, within the fence. The province is looking for, because they ultimately approve it, they're looking for more, but they don't say site specific, build the sky's the limit. Okay, let's go back to the one last policy. This is really important because this is a policy discussion. There's an avenues policy, an old one along Lakeshore, and there's some avenues direction from council. Is there anything else that I need to keep in mind with respect to the avenue along the Lakeshore? Is there more work going on, and where is that work leading?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, there is still a continuation of the Lakeshore Boulevard West Avenue study. We have not reported out with our final recommendations. Our draft recommendations have been communicated to the public. We intend to report out as soon as we can on that, but we're still conducting some more analysis.
Is that suggesting that you do 39-story buildings along the Lakeshore?
Through the draft recommendations we put forward, we do have guidelines in place where we are envisioning heights, and we've generally seen that this proposal is consistent with the guidelines that have been put forward.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. Do we have a second round? Councillor Morley, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to do this one rapid fire style. Thank you so much, Daniel. You're doing a great job. But I do want to just address some of the very valid concerns raised by our deputants here today. I asked the applicant directly if there were any shadow impacts onto the neighbors on the south side of the Lakeshore. They mentioned that there were not. Can you confirm if in fact that is the case?
Through the chair, I can confirm no shadow impacts to the south.
To the south whatsoever?
Yep.
Okay. With respect to the flight path and concerns related to the GTAA and any comments, can you talk to us about if we've received any comments from them about this application at the height?
Through the chair, GTAA has reviewed the application and they have confirmed no concern with the proposed height.
Thank you. With respect to the concern around school capacity in the area, what were the comments that we received from TDSB and TCDSB?
Through the chair, TDSB has reviewed the application and advised that there is capacity for the schools in the area. for this proposed development, and TCDSB has advised that there may not be capacity and residents would be given a warning that they may not be able to go to those schools.
With respect to parking accommodations for the existing tenants, the tenants package that was mentioned here, there was a question about whether parking is meant to be provided for the tenants as well from the parking accommodation we're aware of. Can you confirm if in fact that's the case?
Through the chair, I can confirm that all of the existing tenants will have a parking space included within the proposed parking supply.
Okay. With respect to the off-site parkland piece contribution, is that possible for us to maintain the contribution within the local community? As was mentioned, there were a couple of parks, Municipal Park, and Ansel on off Ansel Avenue. Sorry.
Hello through the chair. Yes, definitely. Typically offsites occur within 500 square meters or from in the area. So it would not be outside of the local area. But the applicant has to elect to do the offsite in the first place.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. With respect to the issue of commercial and retail space that was raised by Steve Vella, does this represent an increase or a decrease in overall commercial retail space from what is currently on site?
Through the chair, there is a decrease from the existing amount, which is about 1,000 square meters, and the application proposes 436 square meters.
Okay. We heard about growing up guidelines and whether or not this application is meeting them. Can you talk to me about that?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the proposed bedroom and unit breakdown does comply with the city's growing up guidelines. There's 24% two-bedroom units and just over 10% three-bedroom units.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Crescent, go ahead.
I thought I heard you say that every resident will be provided parking.
Through the chair, for clarification, every existing tenant within the rental replacement plan has a parking space provided to them, but not for the entirety of the rest of the residential units.
The number still stands at 71 parking spots.
Correct, yes. Within the 71 parking spaces, there are 14 existing tenants. 14 spaces of the 71 are dedicated to the existing tenants.
And there's 9 visitor parking spots.
Correct. There's through the chair, there are 9 visitor spaces that can also be shared with the commercial retail units.
How did you arrive at these numbers, please?
Sorry
Yes.
to
Go
interrupt.
ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, I'm the housing planner on the file too, so we can chat about this in the next.
So in the microphone, sorry.
Sorry. In terms of the rental replacement parking, it is earmarked for eligible tenants that lived there before the application was submitted.
Right.
It is not 14 spaces. I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, okay.
It's less. There's I have to check the report.
It's
but
not a big number.
Pardon me? It's less than 14.
Less
I
than
believe it's 7 spots.
Mhm.
And perhaps I can clarify later.
All right, no, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm the total numbers. How did you arrive at the 71 number and the 9 for visitors? I guess this community doesn't plan to have visitors coming too often.
Through the chair, the proposed parking supply was proposed by the applicant. They have been accepted by Transportation Services. I'll note that in PMTSAs and MTSAs, the province has a requirement for no parking. We recognize that there's transit in the area, and if anyone wants to live in the building, they have the option of either purchasing a unit or renting a unit without a parking space. That's up to the end user.
Yeah, no, I understand, but we don't have the ability, or do we go back to the applicant and say, okay, that's fine. You know, we're putting a lot of weight on transit, which in reality that never always comes to fruition, and putting all this weight on transit. People still, visit and use their cars, and 9 vehicle spots will be eaten up immediately, especially if you've got a commercial component included in that.
Yeah, through the chair, staff are satisfied with the proposed number of parking spaces.
I'm sorry?
Staff are satisfied with the proposed number of parking spaces.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but okay, I'm just saying in reality, it's so far off the mark. But thank you very much.
Councillor Morley. Oh, I'm sorry, I heard first, then we'll go.
Just one question on, Councillor Crescent, you have your mic on. You have your mic on. Okay. We heard earlier in the day on one of the developers, and it is true, because as you know, with the way the market is, by the time developers build these units, it could be years down the road. But if the need is there, right, we heard that this morning, that they would accommodate if residents want the parking and put more parking in the site. Am I correct? It depends what the market, I mean, when they start building, if there's a need and people want it, they pay for it and they get more parking. Is that not correct?
Thank you, through the chair. There is a maximum amount of parking one could provide through the zoning bylaw, but yes, they could exceed what is currently proposed.
Yeah, depending on when they market the units. Okay, I just wanted, because I know we heard that from someone else earlier this morning. I just wanted to confirm that that's a possibility as well, correct? Okay.
Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the work that's gone in today. I just have one more quick question that either one of you are welcome to answer. What would be the potential impacts of deferral today? And might it be possible
Through the
to
chair,
get back around the table?
thank you for the question. I'd have to take another look at the sort of the timelines for providing reports to. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I guess we would need to know the reason for a deferral, but in terms of an impact that one could appeal, but one could appeal at any point as well. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll make some remarks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so members wishing to speak on this, anyone? Okay, I'll offer the local councillor to go first, but if you so wish, I'd be happy to go first as well.
I'm happy to hear from you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
I'm a hard no on this, and that was gleaned from reading the report. And I think my thinking was validated by some of the things that I heard today from residents. And I appreciate the insights, but I would also admit that I go to this place often. One of my favorite restaurants is on Brown's Line. Close to this, I go to Long Branch Arena often for personal reasons and spend time in this area. And so many of the things that they talked about resonate. But I really want to put a policy mind to this because that's the personal experience. There's a number of things that collide at this point. So there's a discussion about what the future of Lakeshore Boulevard looks like. There's an older avenues policy on there, but it's not far off from what we've seen over time. And I understand that's under development. I was shocked to hear that maybe there's entertainment for larger buildings. So when that comes, I'll be taking a close look to it. It's true that it's near a transit station, and there's some things I have caution about protected major transit station areas. But one thing I do believe is it's not a license to build whatever you want. It is a thought that there's a concentration around a transit station. But this is so far different from anything in the area that it stands out to me. And in my view, and this is again very personal, it's exploiting a site that is located at a T-junction in a road. And my concern is, what does this mean over time? So I can't possibly support something of this scale. And I would like, if I could put it in all caps is no, because I'd like to send a signal back that this is not okay. And in all of the finer machinations of this that have to do with things like parking and setback and so on that, we talk about on a daily basis. But there's one specific piece that stands out that is very upsetting to me. I'm trying not to be emotional in what I'm saying, but we had a discussion at City Council about avenues a little earlier in this year, and I was not happy. And one of the things that I zeroed in on, I checked, because I moved a motion to strip it right out, was this discussion of something a little bigger than a mid-rise near a transit station. So you're talking mid-rises all along avenues. I think people understand that. If something a little different than a mid-rise suddenly needs a 39-story building, I think people better know about that. So I cannot support a precedent that hangs itself on that particular policy, which is not in effect, by the way, because the cascade effect across this city will be a shock. A shock. And so something has to be said on that. And you know what really bugs me is that at that particular council debate, I moved the motion to set that aside. They laughed at me, they voted it down. And then I said, can you at least consult with people across the city? They laughed at me and they voted it down. It's right here. Someone said it was too expensive. Well, folks, this is what happens when you move policies like this and they're exploited and they're brought into a discussion about something else. So it is no.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Please, there's no applause
Yeah, I
in the
can't-
council chambers.
I can't allow to be
Yeah.
disturbed.
Councillor Morley to speak.
Councillor Crescent is going to go first. Thanks, madam.
Councillor Crescent.
Thank you, Councillor and Chair. So I'm going to be a soft no on this for many of the reasons that Councillor Holliday put forward. And in addition, I say a soft no because I really strongly believe that there's an opportunity here today for the developer and the local councillor to sit down at the table, having listened to all the concerns from her constituents in her neighborhood and the concerns we just heard today, that there is maybe a way forward, but this is not the way forward. I don't see this is setting a significant precedent. There's too much reliance on transit. What I always tell any developer that comes and knocks on my door, I said, before we start talking, let's start talking on the premise that you agree to be a good neighbor. And a good neighbor means a lot of things. And this is one of the things that is very much on the side of not really being a good neighbor. It doesn't work. There's room for more density, but this isn't the way to go. I'm a soft no. I think there's got to be a lot more discussion on this. Take the time. And I'm tired of hearing some threats about, well, you know, the potential appeals. And of course there is. They're always there. But I really got to believe that the applicant heart is really in the right place. Not at the moment it is, but it will get there. And there'll be room and an opportunity for further discussion. So I encourage all parties to sit down at the table, come back, give yourselves the time you need to discuss this and come up with something that actually makes sense for everybody. Thank you.
Pardon me. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for your comments on this application. This is a difficult one, and we've heard a lot from our very passionate local community of folks who've got deep roots in the Long Branch community, have invested there, and are really proud to call it home. I am incredibly proud to represent this neighborhood, and I know that what's before us is not in keeping with what fits into the neighborhood. I do appreciate the efforts and the work of the applicants, and I know there have been some work done and improvements from the initial application, including a slight reduction in the height, including additional retail at grade, and other pieces to make sure that this is a good proposal within the site and fits within the site well, and staff are supportive of that, but it does not yet fit into the neighborhood. And I do think we've got more work to do on that. I am going to be moving deferral today of this item to hopefully allow for further discussion with the planning staff and the applicant and my office about what it would look like to be a good neighbor on this site and what would make a lot of sense here. The other reason for pause that I have on this, and we heard it illuminated and Councillor Holliday spoke eloquently about it, a lot of the justification behind supporting this application is based on policies that have been put forward and are anticipated, but not yet approved. And I think that should give us a moment to take a breath, take a beat, and again, further assess what is going to make sense on the site within the neighborhood context. Having a 39-story building that sticks out like a sore thumb in a neighborhood where, yeah, it really is a sore thumb, that sticks out into what is predominantly a single-family residential neighborhood with maximum heights of 16 stories, is a massive precedent-setting exercise, and it's not something that I'm comfortable with approving today. So I am going to move deferral. And I appreciate in advance the additional work that will be required on all of our ends, but I am committed to that work. We'll be looking to convene as soon as possible, some further discussion, and see if we can work towards something that is digestible within the community, that is in keeping with approved policies, and is supportive of the community's desire to protect the characteristic of their neighborhood to the best of our ability. So I'll be moving deferral to September to allow for the appropriate time. I think that will be required for the necessary work. And I hope my colleagues will support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Anyone else? Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, just briefly, I will support the local councillor to defer an opportunity for the councillor to speak with the community and the applicant. And I'm just hoping that the applicant doesn't appeal it before that happens. And hopefully you can come up with some sort of compromise with the applicant and the community. So I will be supporting the deferral.
Thank you. I think we covered all of us. So on the motion to defer, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, our next item is EY 23.8, 3807 to 3815 is related to this item. So I think, yep, let me just shut the mic. All right, so Deputy Mayor, your intention is to defer. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just in keeping with these two items, keeping them together, I will be moving deferral with the same timeline. So these can come back before Community Council in September, hopefully with some revisions that we can get behind. Thank you.
Okay, on the deferral, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, our next item is EY 23.13, 14 Atherton Crescent. It's an application to remove a city tree. We have speakers registered. Our first speaker is under the staple. Ricardo Ianello. Welcome, Ricardo. You've got 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the chair and Councillor Morley and members of the Etobicoke York Community Council. My name is Ricardo Ianello, and I have been a resident of 14 Atherton Crescent in Long Branch for over 6 years now with my lovely wife, Christina, and my two beautiful children, Victoria, who is 8 years of age, and Fabio, who is 2 years old. What brought me and my family to Long Branch was its beauty, its proximity to the water, the small cottage-like feel in a big city, and the urban forest, which includes the wonderful trees and canopies that we all cherish, are proud of, and strive to protect. For quite some time now, I have pleaded with urban forestry and the city to listen and understand the concerns I've had regarding the city-owned female ginkgo biloba tree that sits 15 feet from my front door on my front lawn. Year after year, the natural functions of the tree have rained down thousands of cherry-sized berries and seeds all over my lawn, front porch, walkway, city sidewalk, and roadway due to the large canopy this tree possesses. For several years, my family and I have contended and endured the anxiety and distress this tree has caused, and now it has reached a tipping point where we are actually contemplating to relocate elsewhere as we have exhausted all our options. The concerns date back from a flood we had in our basement back in 2019, when it was determined that by our insurance company that tree roots from the ginkgo tree were to blame, as they had entered the clay piping on the city side of the property just 1 week after moving into our new home, causing $10,500 in damages. Over the years, we had become accustomed but grew tired of this tree and what was to come during the fall months, September through December, at the peak of the berry drop, for example. This meant contending with berries that would stain the pavement black and stick to the ground, leaving a pungent, foul, and vomit-like odor that permeated through the air and into the surrounding yards, including my home and eventually inside my home. The smell would in fact worsen when passersby would step on the berries, leaving open, wounded, fleshy berries strewn all over the sidewalk and impossible to clean up. This past season in particular, the drop was so extensive and witnessed by so many, including my neighbors, who had avoided the area with their pets for fear of slipping or having their pets eat the fruit on the ground or due to the smell being so rancid. As mentioned, the berries had become a slipping hazard, and when rain would fall, it was treacherous to walk the sidewalk altogether. In fact, one day after school, Victoria, my 8-year-old daughter, had slipped on numerous berries when walking the sidewalk leading up to my front door. Luckily, she was not injured. The fall resulted in her carrying out the foul odor into our home, which became a problem. I also came to realize that this tree had now become a hazard to children, seniors, and anyone else who would walk the sidewalk daily. Last season, over the course of 100 days of the berry drop, 100 days, Christina and I would tirelessly and mercifully try to keep our yard and sidewalk clean and free of berries, often sweeping them to the side, clearing all pathways on the city side and those leading up to our home. It has now reached a point where we can no longer clean fast enough, and we know it will only get worse with each passing year. I've spent a lot of money to keep my yard pristine through landscape maintenance, and this still has not helped during the height of the berry drop throughout the fall months. What is most frightening is that the berries and seeds from the ginkgo biloba tree release what is called ginkgo toxin, that when ingested by pets can cause vomiting, irritability, and at times seizures. Overconsumption of the fruit and seeds can cause food poisoning, convulsions, vomiting, or loss of consciousness in humans. I have had on several occasions very close calls with Fabio, who was 2 years old, where he had picked up berries and almost ingested them. I had to ensure his hands were washed as the fleshy part of the berry had left a burning sensation on his skin. Victoria has had increased nausea and abdominal pain from the foul odor. There is no avoiding it whatsoever. Berries become trapped in the soles of the feet and are brought inside the home where the foul odor follows suit. I have brought these concerns to my pediatrician as well, who supports the removal of this tree, and she has also put this in writing. This tree has caused so much heightened anxiety for my wife, Christina, who already suffers from generalized anxiety, but more so now because of the health effects this tree is having on our children. We are no longer to roam freely in our yard and in our home. We try to avoid the front of our home when we can during the fall months, unless my wife and I are cleaning up the mess in the front yard, which has become a daily task during these months. All I ask is, where are my rights and those of my family members? We talk about the rights of the trees, but where are ours? I ask this community council to consider the removal of this tree, plant in its place another tree that can still grow and flourish and be part of the urban forest that we all cherish and support in Long Branch. I ask that members attach an element of humanity and emotion to my plea and what it is that I'm asking of you today. No citizen of this city should have to live in fear and be wrought with anxiety, but instead should be able to live and roam freely within a community that we all love. Unfortunately, this is not what it feels like right now. Why is it okay to allow this healthy tree to flourish while making all of us unhealthy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Christina Iannello.
PowerPoint presentation. Just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Was it that one? Okay, sorry, wrong one. Thank you. Mirroring, we are mirroring.
It's not connecting. IT.
Like he's trying to.
Did you by chance email it in to us?
No, because
We were asked to bring it on our own device.
because we got physician letters attached, but we were told because of identity theft not to.
Yeah, that may be
Yeah.
something you want to think carefully about presenting in public, because we are live streamed and taped.
Okay,
At this juncture, I think Councillor Morley's familiar with the file, and so are we. If you wanted to take a few moments to talk it through with us.
Okay.
You heard the first deputation, but, ma'am, you have the floor for a few minutes. I'm sorry we can't get the IT running.
Okay, you know what, we just had a video to
Just a
show.
video, just of like
We
photos.
we obviously know you're aware of the concerns
We
that
are.
we're having that we've dealt with for 6 years, so I'd be okay with not presenting it, given this. And if you're fine with that, we just wanted to put some pictures to it so you actually knew the severity of what it is that we're dealing with.
All right.
But I think everyone's familiar. They've seen the file, they've seen the photos. So if we're okay, we're ready to move
thank you.
forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Ricardo and Christine both for you joining. I know when I first took office, feels like, oh, sorry, I have a motion. I will be approving the removal of the tree. That's okay. We're just going to get IT to get there. It goes. So there's the motion before you. There are some conditions, of course, including the replacement of a new tree on the front yard that is a native species that will not be a nuisance or a safety or health hazard to your family. So the motion is on the floor, and I do just want to say a couple of quick words of thanks for your persistence in following up. You did host me in your home when your baby was brand new. Fabio was just a newborn little one, and it was not in the height of the season. So I didn't get the benefit of seeing the dropping fruit or smelling, but I have been doing a lot of investigation and learning more about ginkgos, the impact of ginkgos, and speaking with experts from forestry on the issue of them. You mentioned the toxic, juice that is produced. Like, these are all very real issues and real concerns that I have come to more deeply understand since our initial engagement. And I know it's also something the city understands because we do not plant these trees anymore within city property. And obviously that's for good reason. So I just want to thank you so much for your patience and your persistence. I am going to be moving the approval to your request today. And if you have a goodbye party for the ginkgo tree, I hope you'll send me a note.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the party.
Thank you for your
Thank you so much. I appreciate you spending the day with us. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none. On the amendment by Deputy Mayor Morley, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Single vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, back to our item list. Our next item is EY 23.14, which is 12 Monkton Avenue, an application to remove a city tree. We do have a speaker. That is, we have two speakers. First is Joseph Steinfeld, Urban Forestry for Davy Resource Group online.
No, I'm supposed to be first, Janet. No problem. Joseph is the arborist. He's going to deal with the technical part.
Okay, so there's a reversal in the speakers list, but Mr. Regina, you indicated a logical sequence to go first.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead? You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon, respected Chairman, Council, and staff members. My name is Johnny Regina. I'm acting as the agent and the new consultant for this project moving forward. I just want to give you a summary of the actual proposal, which is the removal of a tree that you see in front of you, but there's some back history. This original property was one consent into two equal parts. In doing so, the previous designer architect has mentioned to me that this layout of driveway location of this building was allocated and discussed multiple times back and forth with the city. And when I look at what's been approved based on the consent but needing a tree removal, I think back to why the city would have approved a consent, knowing that there's 3 trees on a boulevard and knowing you need to put 2 driveways. So I go to the landscaping report and I go to the condition of the tree, which the arborist will speak about, and I could see that, the way this was presented and laid out and approved with the consent and why the city may have wanted the layout of the driveways fixed to a certain spot and the buildings makes sense to what the arborist will be speaking about. So at the end, we were hoping to have your approval and consent to remove the tree. And the arborist will go through all this with the presentation of what else is going to be proposed
in lieu of removal of this tree, because I think that's very important to understand. We're not just taking a tree, walking away. We're talking about adding and doing what we need to ensure that we maintain what's there. And that would be it for me. And now,
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, the next speaker is Joseph Steinfeld from Urban Forestry for Davy Resource Group. Online. Joseph, Stephen Holiday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can very well. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name, as I was introduced, is Joseph Steinfeld. I'm the Senior Consulting Arborist and Manager of Forestry for Davy Resource Group. So I oversee a team of consulting arborists. I act as their direct supervisor for projects involving preparation of arborist reports and tree protection plans for construction applications such as this. So I personally reviewed the arborist report and the tree protection plan that involves the removal of this city tree. Just to give you, a little bit more background, this isn't my first rodeo. I have been working in Toronto. I'm a resident of York South Weston. Been doing consulting arboriculture in this area for about 8 years now. So the matter present before the council, it relates to the removal of a city-owned tree from the boulevard in front of 12 Monkton Ave. As the architect mentioned, in order to build 2 new driveways within the severed lots. So I believe the tree protection plan and arborist report have been provided to the council by the applicant. If it's not immediately available, I can just continue with describing it, but I'm sure it's been reviewed. So as the consultant in this sort of report, it is our role to assess the proposed construction and determine which trees require injury, as well as which trees require removal in order to complete the work. As well, we must ascertain how the applicable tree preservation bylaws would factor into these outcomes. Very often, these construction plans are presented and drafted in such a way that they cannot be altered, as such plans must follow their own applicable codes and regulations in order to be approved for zoning or building permits. In this case, the houses to be built within the severed lots must be serviced by driveways meeting a minimum width requirement with new curb cuts made along Monkton Ave. However, 3 trees are present at even spacing within the boulevard where these driveways must be located. Based on our review of these approved plans, we believe it would be impossible to locate both of these 2 new driveways without direct conflict with at least one of these 3 street trees, thus resulting in at least 1 tree requiring removal. With this being a constraint of the plans, we have determined that the blue spruce tree of matter to this application at the center of the front of the property, tree number 3 in the provided arborist report and tree protection plan, should be prioritized for removal. This will allow the other 2 street trees on either side of it to be retained, with only one of those 2 trees having minor encroachment of driveway construction into its tree protection zone. Based on our assessment, this tree to be injured will comprise no more than 10% of its total root system. We have specified low impact excavation under arborist supervision, proper root pruning procedures in accordance with tree preservation regulations and industry best practices to mitigate and manage the tree injury. The remaining tree, a Freeman maple, may be fully protected from the construction behind tree protection fencing. Looking at the condition of these trees, like the architect mentioned, this blue spruce, we found to be in poor condition due to an ongoing rhizosphere needlecast infection. It's a fungal disease that attacks spruce trees, particularly blue spruce, causes gradual death of the needles and branches. It's difficult to treat. It involves properly timed applications of fungicide, which only serves to slow the infection. Dead branches were found already present within the crown of the tree, and the overall crown is sparse due to its mature age. Also due to its age, it's likely to decline in future years. By comparison, the other 2 trees in the boulevard, a smaller white spruce and a Freeman maple, can stand to continue growing larger and recover some of the proposed loss of tree canopy should this blue spruce be removed. As far as the species itself is concerned, blue spruce is not a native species to Eastern Ontario. Despite being present within Western Canadian forests, it's not a desirable street tree. It has a weaker structure, it's susceptible to stress and decline due to road salt, and it has a smaller crown structure compared to shade tree species that the city prefers to plant. On this same subject of tree canopy, I do acknowledge that the city has its mandate of opposing removal of healthy or manageable street trees for the purposes of construction. so as to meet the targets of growing the city's urban forest canopy. However, as it was indicated in our report, this tree has a narrow and sparse canopy. It's in poor condition. This canopy was measured at only 4 meters wide. That's barely 13 feet. So in order to replace the loss of this tree, we have proposed planting of 4 new native shade trees within the existing backyard, where there are currently no trees and only lawn grass. These trees are to be native shade tree species, better suited for growing in our urban forest in Toronto, and will grow canopies far larger than the single blue spruce tree proposed for removal. So in conclusion, for these reasons, we believe it is necessary to remove this tree so that the approved plants can be built, and that our arguments regarding the tree's condition, location, and species, as well as our replacement planting plan, more than justify the tree's removal. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to answering any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Deputy Mayor Morley to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you as well to the other deputant for providing that information. Of course, we are in fact in receipt of the arborist report as well as other information on this. I am going to be moving recommendation number 1 from the report. I believe, recommendation to allow for the removal and replacement of the tree because the existing health that was highlighted, I think it makes a lot of sense for us to secure 5 new trees for the city and for the street there and to allow the project to proceed as approved at COA. So that's what I'll be moving. So sorry, recommendation, approve the request for permit to, that looks
Got it,
great.
the alternate recommendation.
Alternate rec, thank you. I don't know. That's the motion. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing none, on the alternate recommendation proposed by Deputy Mayor Morley, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Our next item is EY 23.19. That is Sunny Lee and the Kingsway neighborhoods traffic calming, speed humps, and always stop control. Deputy Mayor Morley, the item has been held.
I do have a supplementary piece to this, if I.
So just check. Any questions to staff? Seeing none. And so do we have the motion ready? Great. Okay.
Happy to move this, and thank you with our thanks to staff. We've been working very closely and collaboratively with Emily and the team in terms of the response to a larger area of the Kingsway community that we've been trying to address some traffic calming needs and concerns. So we do have a suite of traffic calming actions that will be taken on a number of different streets. There is one additional street that we are looking to include. So that is part of the motion before you. And again, this is in response to some of the recent changes in infrastructure to the community and the infiltration of traffic into the local neighborhood. We've heard loud and clear from residents that they'd like to see us take further action to keep the local streets safe, walkable, and lowering the speed there. So this would include the installation of 56 speed humps on 9 streets. Of course, lowering the speed limit to 30 kilometers per hour in keeping with the overall city's initiative to lower side streets, as well as installing an always stop control at Grenview Boulevard South and Edgemore Drive. So again, it's an extensive bit of work. We're really grateful for the collaborative approach that staff have had with us and the local community. And that is the nature of the motions before you. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we have that motion? Okay, I'm just going to pass the chair. I'm going to speak very briefly.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you for the report and for the proceedings. I disagree with the traffic calming on Montgomery Road and Fieldway Road, and I'm simply going to ask for a recorded vote through the clerk on item 1D and 1H, and then 2 and 3, which go along with them. And so that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so we'll ask for a recorded vote on the 2.
Can we vote on the amendment from Councillor Morley?
On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? The amendment carries. That's added to the item.
Okay.
Recorded vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, recorded vote on motion, on recommendation 1D, 1H, recommendation 2 and 3. All those in favor? Councillor Morley, Councillor Nunziata, any opposed? Councillor Holliday. On the balance of the item and
All those in favor? Any opposed? The balance of the item carries. Thank you. Back to the item list. EY 23.20, that is Corbett. The next item is EY 2320, Corbett Avenue traffic calming, speed humps.
Yes,
Councillor
I
Nunziata.
believe that was this morning. The staff didn't have my motion and they do have it now, so I'd just like to move it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Thank you. So on Councillor, anyone else wishing to speak? All right. On Councillor Nunziata's amendment, all those in favor? 2, 1's opposed. That's me. Carried. Okay. Next item, EY 23.27. This is a letter from me, 250 Wincott Drive and 4620 Eglington Avenue West. I do have a technical amendment. I've got to change the name of the official that we'll make the request of to the Executive Director Development Review, not the General Manager of Transportation. Thank you to staff for pointing that out. So it really is one amendment, but it's a single vote. So on the item, all those in favor, any opposed, that item carries. Finally, one other item is a letter from me that is EY 23.28. That is a liquor license application for 4208 Dundas Street West. Liquor license application, Region Food and Bar, license number 2261917. And just for the background of my colleagues on Community Council, this application has now included an outdoor area. And so there is a request of Community Councils to support a recommendation to Council so that the city can participate in this process and perhaps secure some conditions. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Don't go away. We've got some bylaws to move. Volunteer on the first motion, Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Happy to move that bills 487 to 490 prepared for the June 4, 2025 meeting 23 of the Etobicoke York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Next motion. May I have a volunteer? Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I think I can see that. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 23 on June 4, 2025 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Confirming, Madam Clerk, that is the final item of business. Very good. Well, thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.